What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a great day so far. And we are back in Idaho. Surprise, surprise. We got a hearing tomorrow. So we're just catching up on a couple things today before we go out that way tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me today as we get into this discussion, and I appreciate you all so very much. That being said, it's time to get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining me today. Hope you're all having a wonderful day to start your day off. It is February 27th, 2024. This month is almost over already. It's crazy, crazy, but it's true. Again, thank you guys for joining me. As you can tell, we are taking a ride back over to Idaho. We got a hearing coming up tomorrow. I had some emails requesting different things, so we're gonna put together a little convo station today. As you all know, the hearing tomorrow is for the IGG and to be setting, hopefully, possibly setting, scheduling a trial, maybe. But mostly, it's to see who's allowed to view the IGG materials and who's not. It's an interesting topic to me. So here we are. And I welcome you all once again. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you for joining me last night as well. Uh, as we looked at the sad situation going on with Elijah Vu, I'm sorry. And again, guys, if you could, every so often, if you would, say a little prayer for that little boy until we get some good news, please. I would appreciate that very much because he needs it more than anything in this world right now. And I appreciate you guys all very much for doing that last night as well. God bless. Excuse me. Unfortunately, Mama Bear has to work today, so she's not here. But Thursday and Friday, I think we'll have her back, and that will be exciting for me. For sure. So you may see the awesome Mr. Caden wandering around here and there. He came home early today. They did their ACT testing and then got to come home early, so he's home. So yeah, you might see him bouncing around behind me here and there. That is him. Speaking of Stian, who do we have with us today? Let's see who decided to grace me with their awesome presence today. Looks like Mr. Chad Button. Welcome back, sir. Good to see you. Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in the house. Good to see you. Doodlebug, what is going on, duty? Good to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me today. Hold on a second. Noni McPoppins back in the house. Welcome back to you, Jesse Lynn. Hey, it's great to see you. It's been a minute. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining me today. Miss Joanne, what's going on with you? Good to see you today. Cluminati's in the house. Not feeling real well, but she's here. Good to see you. Truth Nation, what's going on, Brother Willie? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me, guys. Let's see. What else do we have? David Clayton, what's going on? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining me today. LA, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Walt Harris, what's going on? GM is gone, my friend. There is no GM anymore. Let me see. Got me stumped. What's going on? You just rolled right on by my house, kind of there. Moonlit baby, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Deborah D. Adams, good to see you. Good to have you here. Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Throw glitter on it. What's going on? Good to see you. Miss Kimberly KB in the house. What's going on? Excuse me. Salty True Crime Times in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining me today. Stephen Wayne True Crime, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Summer Jade, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Brandy B, the OG, always here and accounted for. Always appreciated to have by having you here, Brandy. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Natcat, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here, Miss Dakota. Same for you. Thank you for joining me today. Firefly, what's going on with you, ma'am? Good to see you today. Philip Hughes, my brother. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today, sir. Hope you're having a great day. DKM, welcome and good afternoon to you. Miss Gaya DeGucci, good to see you today. Thank you for joining me. Always appreciated. Sorceress, welcome back to you. Jacqueline Keeley, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Tina B, what is going on with you? Great to see you. Elba Riqua, hello, hello. Welcome back to you. Charlotte Gross, same to you. Great to see you. Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure, ma'am. Thank you for joining me today. Miss Best of Me, great to see you. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. All right. Miss Kells, there you are. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. 12, what is going on? Ciao, and welcome to you, country. What's up? Good to see you. Florida, baby, welcome back to you. No shenanigans. Same for you. Good to see you today. Samira Dalby, welcome. Great to see you. Sergeant Friday in the chat. Welcome. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. Did I miss anybody? Mr. Chad dropping the first super sticker of the day. Thank you, sir. God bless. I do appreciate that so very much. Smiling Sleuth, welcome back to you. It's great to see you today. Did I miss anybody? The Archer and the Empress Tarot, welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. Dahlia, welcome back. Great to see you. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us today. JC Ann, always a pleasure to see you, dearie. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see. Alba Riqua, yes. Miss Zelda, thank you for joining us, dear. Appreciate it. Thank you to all my awesome mods for being here and doing what you do and keeping me floating above this water, folks. I appreciate you so very much, more than you ladies know. I think I hit everybody in there. And if I didn't, guys, you know what I say. I'll catch you on the other side. I appreciate it very much having you all join me today. Like I said, yes, my hair is on fire. See it? Oh, it won't go out. I've been trying to put it out for days. It won't go out. Is what it is. Oh, okay. What up, Willie? Willie, good to see you, sir. Hope you're doing okay. It's been a minute. Hope you're safe and healthy, sir. To the back of the classroom, taking everything in. I gotcha. Been a minute, Dahlia. Good to see you. Come on in and grab a chair, everybody. We got 101 people in here with 59 likes. You know what I'm going to say. Come on now. Make it happen. Oh, guys. The old man's coming through. You see it? Look at that. Look at that. Yep. It's that time again. And as you all can see, I cut my hair. All gone, all spiky and short now. So there you go. For those of you that like to tease about it, it looks a little different now. Sarge, not to say any names or anything. Jessica D, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I think I already said it, but Doodlebug, it's wonderful to see you in here. I love my doodle. He's so awesome. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, Dahlia. I appreciate that very much. Um, Hit that like button on your way in the door and leave a little DNA if you will. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Brandy, you kill me. It's hilarious. Nope, it's gone there, Sarge. We're playing that game again, Miss Sherry says. It's time to play who can slap the like button the fastest. Let's see what happens, guys. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Yep, it's coming through. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on, guys. I guess I'm old. Maybe that's what it is. That's what it probably is. I guess I'm just getting old. This is what 50 looks like, huh? Well, I'm not there yet, but you might as well say I am. As far as once you hit 49, I mean, what the hell? You know what I mean? I kind of felt 50 when I was 45, to be honest with you. So it is what it is. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Let's have this conversation today. Again, for some of you, yes, I know. Damn old Idaho again. Here we are. I get it. I get it. Believe me. But we got a hearing coming up tomorrow. We're just going to talk about some stuff with that. And of course, I will be here for the hearing tomorrow. We do got some stuff coming down the pipeline, folks, that I know recently I've showed you some little bits and stuff on Delphi, but I'm really invested in that case, guys. I got to be honest with you. There's going to be some good stuff coming down the road, like really quick here, and it's going to be interesting. So make sure that you're around to hear it. And if you're not into that case, you will be when we're done. I can promise you that much. There's a lot to it that needs to be heard and seen. So be prepared, folks, because it's coming big time. Brandy. Wait till you get 60. What's up, Ro? Good to see you. Yeah, I know. I know. I think all of our ages have kind of changed up. You know, when I was 20 and I'd look at somebody that was 50, I was like, damn, that's old. You know what I mean? But I don't feel like I'm 50. I think 50 is the new 30. I think 40 is the new 20. You know what I'm saying? I feel 45. Well, you're younger than I am, Willie. What the hell are you talking about, bro? Thank you, Miss Zelda. Again, thank you to anybody, by the way. I want to thank you very much. Anybody that has purchased anything off of this wish list for me that was, I would have never guessed this, but my mods threw this at me a while back and said, you got to try it out. And it's been amazing. Like, I have had so much help because of this, and I appreciate this to no end. You guys are absolutely amazing. So please know I really do appreciate you for that. And thank you so much. Um, Wisdom Lumuk. What's Lumuk? Miss Brandy the Lumuk. What is Matthew doing today? I haven't, Charlotte. I think Rory's out of here, guys. I think he's done with this. I'll be honest with you. He's got a new relationship from what I understand, and he's kind of got a new life going on. I think he's done with this. And that's my opinion. He might come back. Who knows? I feel like he might be. He's at school. Good. Good, good, good. Yep. What am I gonna do with young guns? Right, right. 47. You know, it feels old, doesn't it? But it don't at the same time. I mean, I know my body feels old, but my mind is nowhere near this age. Nowhere near it. Miss Deborah Lynn, Polly Putnam, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you again for last night. That introduction to that. That was awesome. I appreciate that very much. And she's so very talented, Deborah. Please, you have to be absolutely proud. Thank you, Zelda, for that. And again, thank you to anybody that's donated to that to support the channel to keep it going because it keeps it going. That's what pays the bills. Walt Harris, thank you, sir, for another super sticker. That's awesome. Appreciate you. He's done all right. Who's done? Who are we talking about? Done. He's gone. He's done. What are we talking about there? Oh, Rory. Yeah. Oh no, no thank yous needed, Deborah. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Well, that's true too in some senses, Willie, but we got to be the ones to make that change with that, sir. Yeah, Rory. Mr. Phillip working with crazy Texas dialysis. Miss Dia, I bet she is. I know she's working hard. She got a couple days off coming up. I'm excited for that, Phillip. And I know she's taking good care of you. Tell her I love her and I miss her and I can't wait to see her, if you will, sir. Please, if you can. And I appreciate that, Philip. I appreciate you very much, my friend. I'm grateful to have you in this community. I'm glad you decided to join us. Really appreciate you. Uh-oh. Who is this? Phantasmic Ether. What is up, sis? Welcome. Good to see you. A few people did, Moonlit. Yeah. Well, I don't quote me, Jesse. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But it's just a guess. It's just a guess. P Fox, what's going on? Good to see you. Did it work, Phantasmic? I'm still freaking out, wondering where the hell Eddie is. I do agree, Zelda. I'd like to know if he's okay at least. Slow Southern style, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good to hear. If I can do anything to make somebody's day, that makes me happy, believe me. Yeah, I definitely do miss Eddie. It's been over a month, guys. I'm really kind of worried. I don't know if he just needed to take a break. I hope that's all maybe it is. If he's over it all, possibly. I don't know what it is, but I do miss him, and I hope to see him back soon. Stinky Fingers. Hey. Welcome. Good to see you. Love the name. Well, come on in here, guys. Have a see. I got 146 peeps in here with 85 likes. We're almost there, guys. Come on now. I tried the number that I thought was his and it didn't work. So I don't think it's the right number. Welcome, SRB. Good to see you. I think we all have SRB. He's very much missed. I hope he knows that. If he can hear us, you are, brother. Tammy, welcome back. Good to see you. Yes, if you can see that, my friend, we all miss you, bro. In a big way. Exactly. It is. It is. I've had my breakdowns, I'm telling you. Especially with what we deal with, guys. It's just sometimes it's just the best thing to walk away for a little while and to take a break, take a breath. You know what I'm saying? Jingles, what's going on? American Princess, welcome back to you. Good to see you, Sherry Ann. Thank you for joining me. That's what I'm thinking, and I'm hoping that's what it is. I hope that's all it is. And that's what it is, then take as much time as you need, my friend, and come on back when you're ready, because I'll be here waiting for you, sir. The hearing's tomorrow, Stinky. And it's about the IGG and who's going to be allowed to see it, the IGG evidence or whatnot. And supposedly scheduling hearing as well. I'm going to show you guys a little something that thanks to Mr. Cletus, I learned. Obviously, they had some stuff go on yesterday behind closed doors, probably coming to an agreement on something beforehand. You know how that goes. But yeah, we had that go on, and be careful out there, SRB. Robert Bell, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. We need 6 more likes, guys. Throw it out there, please, please, if you will. We can do it. We can do it. Let's get that out in the algorithm. Trial date is tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time, which will be, I think, 3:30, 4 o'clock here. I'll be live starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow to cover the trial, of course. Blue Flame Integration, it's been a while. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. It is absolutely. Trial is tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow. We're just kind of doing the day before prepping thing, talking about some things to be ready for tomorrow. That's all. I'm hoping that they do set the trial date tomorrow. That would be awesome. Well, we're not supposed to know about it, Jesse, but it shows up in the documents where they have the documents listed. It shows up that they filed some things and did some things. They sealed some stuff yesterday. So 105 likes. You guys are a rock and roll. We're out there. Thank you all so very much for that. I appreciate it more than you know. You guys are amazing. I think so, Jesse. Yes. They do. They do for sure, Salty. They need to set the damn trial and get it moving. For real. It needs to get going, get over with, and move on with our lives. For sure, for sure. Let me see something here. Bum. Hold on a minute here. All right. 1 second. Boom. Give me a second, everybody. All right. Okay, so what is that doing up there? There we go. So they have a tendency to, well, they don't have a tendency, they do it. When they put the documents into this filing system that they use, okay, they have something called case summary, and I'm sure you guys have seen it, and they have everything that summarizes what's going on within the files in the case and stuff like that, dated all the way down from the beginning to now. Thank you, Mr. Cletus, for showing me that. It is so very much appreciated. Why were you booted out, Deborah? How? Are you? Is it dropping people? Yeah, YouTube's been doing that to a lot of people lately. I don't know why. A lot of people haven't been getting their notifications either. Somebody told me to have all of you guys, if you're subscribers, to unsubscribe and resubscribe. And supposedly it's supposed to fix your notification scenario and other problems you might be having. Whether or not it works or not, I don't know. There's been so many different things going on with satellites falling out of the sky and solar flares and all sorts of things. Sherry just said solar flares too. But who knows what's going on, you guys. But if you want to try that by unsubscribing and then resubscribing, it supposedly helps. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to show you this here real quick. In the backside of like where I pull my documents for Idaho, there's this whole summary thing, okay? And I'm only showing to you guys. For those of you that don't know about this, you can see where it is and what it is. Are you leaving, Jesse? Where'd you go? Oh, okay, Jesse. I'll be here. No worries. I hope that works out for you well. Be safe in there. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Um, so this is the case summary that comes out. Okay. And it's behind where the documents would be. And you can see everything's dated all the way down. And what we have here for tomorrow listed in here. And then the documents out. We saw that a couple weeks back. And it shows you tomorrow the hearing 1 p.m. Judicial Officer Judge John, courtroom 3. Right before that, it shows you. Yeah, exactly. With Salty, that's what it is. The 26th, which was yesterday, protective order, Judicial Officer Judge John, sealed protective order. So that went on yesterday. Okay, they probably met via Skype or something like that, came to whatever they were going to come to, and there it is, and it was sealed. The 22nd stipulation, that was for sealed protective order, that's been sealed as well. And then on February 12th is when they set the hearing date for tomorrow. So it shows you nice and neat. That's a good way to put it too. What's going on with everything? If we go back to February 9th and look at the response here, the way it's written in here, it's just very simple. State's response to defendant's motion to allow certain experts and investigators protected access to view the IGG materials, and motion requesting clarification of the sealed order for disclosure IGG. It's just a simple boom, boom, boom. There it is. Order, setting hearing, boom, and they did it. That's how that works. So I was just showing you guys that that's what went on yesterday, that we didn't see. We don't need to. We don't have to see everything, okay? They sealed that protective order. That's done. All right. Now, if I go backwards on this here, and then I bring up where I pull my documents from on here. By the way, Salty, I got to get with you and get that site again that you were telling me about, because I tried that one and it didn't work. So we're going to talk about that. Remind me to remind you of that. I wish Delphi had the same system too, because Delphi is all over the place trying to get their documents, guys. It really is. It's a pain in the arse. I would love for them to set something up like this. This system is so neat and clean. It's the only thing in here that has been organized, in my opinion, and I love it. Very quick and easy to go to. I mean, you have to scroll. That's the hardest thing you got to do. So, as we all know, tomorrow this hearing is set for one. Obviously, yes, we will. Appreciate that. I'm sorry about the ads. I'm so sorry about the ads. I have no control over those. Noni, I really don't. So, order setting hearing. Okay. Now, this is based on the defendant's motion to allow certain. I'm just rereading this to you guys to kind of catch everybody up that needs refreshed. Based on defendant's motion to allow certain experts and investigators protected access to view the IGG material, defendant's motion requesting clarification of the sealed order for disclosure of IGG information and protection order, and the state's request for scheduling order, the court orders the following. That's the hearing, which they sealed this yesterday, okay? And the hearing on the above motions is set for the 28th, which is tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time. This hearing will be open to the public, and we will be live streaming it, of course, just as I did last time. Hope and pray everything goes through right. um, on the court's YouTube channel. As to scheduling, counsel shall be prepared to address scheduling, both a briefing schedule and oral argument on the defendant's motion for change of venue, a discovery, cutoff deadline, expert disclosure deadlines, deadlines for filing any pretrial motions, and such as motions to suppress or motions and limine and motions for a trial. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, the hearing is 1 p.m. Pacific time. So herewith, I'm gonna go live at 3 p.m. um Eastern time, which is my time. Okay, right now, right about now, I'll be live, and then by I think it's 4 o'clock is when it should be. The hearing should go into effect for us. So we'll be here for a little while talking, getting ready for it, and once it goes live, we'll all be here already. So that's what the scenario is, and of course, um, they're trying to set a trial date, guys, and that's the most important thing that needs to come out of tomorrow. They need to set this trial date. I'm hoping they are ready for it and that they can, because it needs to happen. We need to get this trial behind us. We need to get justice for these kids, their families, and if Bryan did this, he needs to pay the price. And if he didn't, then he needs to be set free. Period. Let's see. Trying to catch up, keep up with chat, guys. I don't know anything about that, Ro. I've heard about him seeing an Asian woman. I don't know any more about than the possibility that he did. Megan, hello, welcome. Didn't Ann Taylor say she wouldn't be ready till summer? Yeah, it basically she did, and I think that the judge is pushing, okay, because he wants this to be, he wants to get this rolling too. Um, I hope that they're not. I hate to say this, as much as I want to see this hearing happen. Of course, I don't think that they need to rush it. They need to do it right, okay. But it's been, a year and almost a year and a half at this point. So like something needs to come into play here. That's true. It's not up to the judge. To an extent. It is time though. There's so many people, you guys, and we all know this. I'm guilty of it myself. There's so many people that want answers to questions so that we can move past this. That's my goal, is to get past this whole thing. I want to move on beyond this, and deal with things that that are going on. There's so many missing children out there that we need to focus on. There's other Delphi is one that really needs focused on. And I have a feeling that this is going to be come and gone at this point, the way Delphi is going, before anything happens there, and it's sad. You know what I mean? Crafts and Crime, good to see you. I would imagine, yeah. And see, that's the thing. A lot of people are making a big deal about the fact that he's retiring. He's still going to be around, guys. He can still be called to testify. They can still go to him for information. Just because he retires means nothing. He's still going to exist. He's not disappearing. In fact, from my understanding, he may be running for sheriff or something like that. You know what I mean? So either way, he's still going to be around. He's not leaving the area. He's going to be around to answer questions, to come to testify, whatever it's got to be. He'll still be there. Absolutely, no problem. Thank you for being here, Crafts and Crime. I appreciate you. Yeah, prosecution is small taxes. In some senses, I can agree with that. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that too. After a year and a half, there she should wholeheartedly have some kind of a strategy, and maybe that's what this is. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm not an attorney. I've watched a lot of them do their thing, but that doesn't make me one. And I don't know what her straight is. This could be all part of her strategy. It could very well be that. I don't know. Yeah, he's running for sheriff, Latah County Sheriff. Of course, I've heard stories about that too. But I don't know. I don't know until I get proof of things. I don't really talk about that kind of stuff. And I haven't had time. I'll be honest with you guys, a whole lot of time to look into anything else that has popped up recently with this case because I've been putting a lot of time into Delphi. So, and he's had 29 years with Moscow, I believe. He's definitely got enough time in to be qualified to be, to run for sheriff. So, but yeah, he'll definitely still be a witness. He'll still be there to testify. He'll be there for questioning. Every bit of that, and nothing's going to change. So, I can get with that understanding, Princess. But I've been putting Amy Peterson. Good to see you. I've been putting a lot of it out, and I'm going to continue to add more to it. Delphi is very complicated, okay, and there's a lot to it, but it needs to be heard because it's bad in a lot of ways. Um, in my opinion, and this is just solely my opinion, the Delphi case, there's a lot of what everybody would call corruption, in my opinion, going on over there. But I don't know exactly what form of that, okay? But I'm gonna be looking at some things and talking about some things that have my interest over there quite deeply right now. So, and I think you guys would be quite interested to hear about them. I hope you would be. That's right, Deborah. Welcome. And thank you, Brandy, for that, hon. I appreciate you. Kicking the can down the road for sure. Why? None of us really will know the truth until they have the trial. 100%. 100%. Um, it's great to see you, Annie. Yeah, that's my opinion too, Sherry. If you look at it legally, like she said, from a legal perspective, Delphi is wholeheartedly corrupt as far as I'm concerned. And that's what I'm looking at. I've been looking at. A couple people are as well. Very interestingly enough, things are popping up all over the place every other day. Something new to look at over there. There's going to be plenty more to talk about with it too. Yesterday, when I talked about it, was just a little dip into the water. It was nothing. That's big part of it, Willie. Big part of it. Don't worry, we're getting into all that too and more. Thank you again, Brandy, for that. I appreciate you, dear. So, um, let me try. What was I trying to say? I was going to say something. I completely lost my train of thought. Um, so again, that's the doc for tomorrow for what's going on in the hearing. Um, and I'm curious to see. I Jules just did a show on this. I was actually going to do it, but I didn't get around to it. I'm going to show you guys a document, an article. Okay, somebody brought it to my attention. I thought it was really interesting going along with this about, and we've actually discussed it little bits here and there about how um this case is gonna possibly change case law for the future, guys, which is amazing to me. Uh, um, Eddie spoke to Dinky. He's just taking. Okay, good to hear. That's wonderful. Wonderful to hear. I'm glad. That's awesome. I was actually worried about him. Thank you, both of you, for telling me that. Yeah, that article is quite interesting, you guys. Salty sent me that, and I was like, "Wow, interesting." I'm gonna show you guys here in a few minutes what it is, and we can go over that a little bit too, along with this to add to the conversation. Shelby Perfetti, welcome. Good to see you. No, buddy, I didn't see him. I've been worried about him though. Really, actually, seriously worried about him. It's okay. It's no problem. No sorries needed. I'm just glad you guys told me, and I now I know because I was actually worried about him a lot. If this case goes to the Supreme Court, it could change legislation. That is fact. That is fact. Delphi is an example of way too many issues going on in our justice system. We all know, and uh-huh. That's a good way to put it too. David. Let me see here. I got you, country. I haven't seen Bryan. Bryan pops in every now and then, but not a lot. And I don't know if he's still recovering from the surgery he had, which is possible because it was not just a minimal surgery. It was any surgery serious. So, let me see something here. Uh, let's see. Where is it at? Um, hold on. Where is that? Come on. Good Lord. Alrighty. Come on. I know I got it in here. Where the hell is the article at? I got so much stuff. Did I go too far? Try this again. Hold on. I know I got it here. I think this is it right here. Yep, here it is. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for having patience with me and my slowness. Okay. So, like I said, Jules did a video about this as always. Good video, great video. Um, and oh, come on. I don't want to deal with this subscribing thing. Hold up. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Hope I'm good to you guys. No. All right. So, oh, come on. Uh, Hold on one second, you guys. This didn't do this to me last time. I thought I did this already. There we go. Good Lord have mercy. Sorry. I gotta make my life so difficult. Welcome, Lisa Balejo. Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so again, like I said, Jules did a really good video on this. If you guys want to go check that out after the fact, if you haven't seen it already, um, it was quite interesting. Luckily, I don't have to read this. It'll read it for me. It's kind of cool. I liked it. So we're going to talk about this a little bit because I thought it was actually really interesting about what this relays. Okay. So hold up here, guys, and let me know how it sounds if it has a problem.
How a DNA technique to pin Bryan Kohberger as Idaho murder suspect could shape case law. What if Bryan Kohberger, the man charged with the University of Idaho student stabbings, helped lead police right to him? His own attorneys may raise the question, including at trial, in their efforts to defend him. Kohberger is accused of killing 4 U of I students in November 2022 in a case that continues to collect national intrigue. By the end, it could create new case law for criminal investigations across the U.S., legal scholars told the Idaho Statesman. Ann Taylor, Kohberger's lead public defender, said she has repeatedly pored over law enforcement's evidence summary to justify his arrest and still wants to know what led police to her client as the suspect. The clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Bryan Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified, Taylor told the court at a hearing last month. Over a year into this case and, we're not sure. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. Depending on the circumstances that come to light, it could be grounds for a constitutional rights challenge over the methods police used to find and charge Kohberger, his defense attorneys have said. In a probable cause affidavit, police described using traditional investigative techniques to arrive at Kohberger as the suspected killer and close an almost 7-week manhunt that confoundingly ended on the other side of the country in eastern Pennsylvania. DNA evidence also factored for police to allege they had their suspect, but only after the other elements established through surveillance footage of the suspect's car and Kohberger's cell phone location data fell into place, according to the affidavit. But 6 months after Kohberger's December 2022 arrest, state prosecutors acknowledged for the first time that an advanced DNA technique known as investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, initially led investigators to Kohberger. The process involves submitting DNA located at a crime scene to public genealogy websites to build a family tree related to possible suspects and narrow an investigation. Police made no mention of the FBI's use of IgG in the affidavit. A single source of male DNA was pulled and processed from a leather sheath for a K-bar combat-style knife discovered under one of the 4 stabbing victims at the off-campus Moscow home. The 4 U of I students were seniors Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves, both 21, junior Shauna Kernodle and freshman Ethan Chapin, both 20. At the time, Kohberger, 29, was a graduate student of criminal justice and criminology at Washington State University in Pullman, about 9 miles west of Moscow. Kohberger's attorneys have said there were no connections between him and the victims. In the court filing that revealed the FBI's use of IgG, Lada County prosecutor Bill Thompson argued that the state was not required to disclose the DNA technique. Prosecutors did not intend to introduce it at trial, he said, and it was irrelevant to Kohberger's defense. Instead, they planned to present a comparison of DNA evidence police obtained from a swab of Kohberger's cheek during his arrest against the knife sheath DNA, which showed a statistical match, Thompson said. The IgG process pointed law enforcement toward Kohberger, but it did not provide law enforcement with substantive evidence of guilt, Thompson wrote in the court filing. The IgG information is not material to the preparation of the defense. For 8 months, the two sides fought over the release of the IgG records to the defense through the legal process known as discovery. Judge John Judge of the 2nd Judicial District in Lada County, who is overseeing the Kohberger case, last month granted the defense at least some of the FBI's records from the IgG process. What was turned over, and what may have been withheld, is unclear to the public because the documents were sealed. Tiffany Roy, a longtime forensic DNA expert, said Kohberger's defense team is perhaps working toward leveraging its recent access to the FBI records to make a constitutional rights claim against illegal searches and seizures under the Fourth Amendment. Prosecutors' attempts to conceal information about use of IgG to identify a suspect alone should give the public pause, Roy, who also holds a law degree, said in a phone interview with The Statesman. I don't understand the government's argument here, Roy said. You have an obligation to expose every part of your investigation, and then we decide what is important. If the FBI were doing the right thing, they wouldn't have to make these arguments. Put it all out on the table. Prosecutors won't say which websites FBI used for IgG. Already, the Kohberger case has broken new ground, according to David Gurney, director of the IgG Center and professor of law and society at Ramapo College of New Jersey. Never before in a case has the defense team received access to this level of IgG records and discovery, he said. The next battle between the attorneys on each side of the Kohberger case could be over whether the defense will be allowed to present IgG evidence to the jury at trial, Gurney told the Statesman by phone. IgG records have been introduced at trial a couple of times before, he said, but only when prosecutors chose to do so when they felt it beneficial to their case. It's potentially novel in that way, Gurney said, explaining the defense's potential strategy if it comes to fruition. I would try to get all of this information in front of the jury. I would try to just muddy the waters by showing, oh, the state did all these bad things, so therefore you should just not trust them at all. For instance, prosecutors have not publicly disclosed which genealogy websites police used to land on Kohberger, only that the FBI submitted the crime scene DNA to one or more of the publicly available services. Law enforcement primarily works with two lesser-known websites called GED Match and Family Tree DNA, but has at least in some past instances found ways to access DNA profiles on a more widely used platform with more users, Gurney and Roy said, and other IgG experts testified at an August hearing for Kohberger's defense. They have access to GED Match and Family Tree DNA and that's it, Roy said. So if they didn't get what they wanted from those databases and need to fish around in other databases, I would be really uncomfortable with that. Ancestry.com and 23andMe are much more popular competitors in the genealogy industry, but neither of the direct-to-consumer services cooperates with law enforcement, according to their websites. Instead, investigators have in other cases previously reviewed DNA profiles on MyHeritage, yet another of the genealogy platforms available online, Gurney and Roy said. The reason that they would have done it, if they did, is it gives you access to a much larger number of people, a much larger number of matches, and, in theory, that will make your job easier, Gurney said. If the IgG records now in the defense's possession divulge that FBI investigators conducted themselves in an improper way or violated expectations of privacy to get to Kohberger, it may help create legal openings for creating doubt about the evidence, they added. It's a good tool, but the question is, does it violate civil rights? Said Greg Hampeikian, a biology professor at Boise State University who heads the Idaho Innocence Project. Some say that it's just another technique, but this technique involves something more intimate than a body cavity search. It's an every single cell in your body search. Faced with the task of defending Kohberger, Los Angeles-based criminal defense attorney Joshua Ritter said he would pursue the same approach and try to create questions in the minds of jurors about the DNA evidence. The host of True Crime Daily's The Sidebar podcast said the whole case hinges on this issue, based on what prosecutors have disclosed to date. The probable cause affidavit was well done and showed high-level police work, but the remaining evidence against Kohberger becomes very tenuous and circumstantial if the DNA is removed from the equation, Ritter told the Statesman by phone. That the defendant lived in the area, had suspicious driving habits and possibly turned off his cell phone at the time of the homicides makes for a much harder case for prosecutors to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, he said. I think everybody agrees this case rises and falls on that DNA, Ritter said. Their ability to match Kohberger to the knife sheath at the crime scene is the seminal, cornerstone piece of evidence. Police also said they linked the crime scene DNA to other DNA acquired from the trash they took from Kohberger's family home in Pennsylvania. The comparison showed that the DNA from the trash was the male suspect's biological father with nearly 100% certainty, according to the affidavit. The critical role the case's DNA evidence is likely to play is precisely why Kohberger's attorneys have made it a focal point of their pretrial efforts, several attorneys and DNA experts told the Statesman. Successfully securing the IgG records was the first step. At the August hearing, Kohberger's defense attorneys told judge that without the requested information, they couldn't effectively defend their client in his capital murder case. For example, the defense shouldn't have to take the state's word that Kohberger's DNA was found on the knife sheath. The use of IgG and order of events in the Moscow homicide investigation leading up to Kohberger's arrest are crucial to providing a sound defense, they told the court. We can't articulate to you, because of the lack of the data, the sequence of exactly how they got to our client, and what happened when and in what order, said Elisa Masseth, another of Kohberger's defense attorneys. And, if it's shown that law enforcement brushed up against privacy rules in their pursuit of a suspect through IgG, she said, the defense is eyeing a constitutional challenge. I'm not sure if it raises constitutional questions. Based on legal precedent, criminal defendants do not have privacy rights under the Fourth Amendment to evidence they allegedly left behind at a crime scene. Police also do not need a warrant to acquire potential evidence from discarded garbage taken to the curb. In addition, swabs of a suspect's cheek for DNA are legal with a search warrant. A criminal defendant who was discovered through investigative techniques, such as IgG, cannot vicariously assert the Fourth Amendment rights of others whose privacy may have been violated from a lack of consent, the group of legal experts told the Statesman. Thompson, however, tried to get ahead of a possible Fourth Amendment claim in the Kohberger case in his arguments against Judge giving the defense the IgG records used to find him. The defense would first have to establish that the defendant had a reasonable expectation of privacy to allege that law enforcement committed such a violation, he wrote. The K-bar knife sheath was abandoned at the crime scene, as was the DNA inside it, Thompson wrote. Defendant cannot show that he had a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA left at the scene of a quadruple homicide or in the genetic information of his relatives, who voluntarily provided their own DNA to a genetic genealogy service. In addition, local law enforcement did not use the FBI's IgG results in support of Kohberger's arrest or any search warrants obtained by police, Jeff Nye, chief deputy for the Idaho Attorney General's Criminal Law Division, said at the August hearing. The assertion would seem to target arguments that any evidence investigators produced afterward is spoiled because it was illegally obtained and therefore inadmissible at trial based on the so-called fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. Likewise, Brandon Garrett, a constitutional law professor at Duke University's law school, is skeptical of a possible civil liberties claim over law enforcement's use of publicly available information as part of a criminal investigation. The use of advanced genetic tools is just a few decades old, and the courts have been slow to consider granting what would essentially be a new privacy right protected under the Fourth Amendment, he said. If a person using a genealogy website didn't agree to allow police to include their DNA profile for IgG searches, it amounts to a possible violation of the terms of service by law enforcement, Garrett said in a phone interview with the Statesman. But I'm not sure if it raises constitutional questions, he said. It raises a larger question of, is there a constitutional right to genetic privacy? And we don't have clear answers, we don't know what the courts will do with it, even if it is super interesting and an important problem. At the August hearing, Judge prodded the defense on the relevance of the IgG records, including in a hypothetical situation where the FBI was found to have skirted the rules to arrive at Kohberger. He questioned whose constitutional rights would have been violated in the circumstance. I don't want to get into the Fourth Amendment issue there. I think that's a gray area, for sure, Judge said. What it suggests is that folks should probably be cautious about sending their spit to some corporation. But I don't know how much that's going to bear on what ultimately happens given the sequence of what happened with Mr. Kohberger, he added. After police found the knife sheath, the Idaho State Police Crime Lab in Meridian located the DNA on its button snap, the affidavit said. No matches were found in the National Criminal Offender Database, so the DNA was sent to an unidentified private lab to begin the IgG process, Thompson said in the court filing. That lab is believed to be Texas-based Athrum, which Idaho State Police said has maintained a contract with the state for forensic genetic work, including IgG, since summer 2021. The defense has twice said the private lab was Athrum, though prosecutors have never confirmed the name of the lab involved, and Athrum has not responded to Statesman requests for comment. Law enforcement working the Kohberger case decided the FBI would take over the IgG process and investigators began building family trees to try to get to a suspect. The FBI then sent a tip to local police to investigate, but produced limited records in the process and removed the DNA profile from the genealogy websites they used, per Department of Justice policy, Thompson wrote. Nonetheless, Judge at least partially awarded the IgG records to Kohberger's defense team. Ritter, the Los Angeles-based criminal defense attorney, said the decision prevented a possible constitutional challenge under the 14th Amendment over alleged due process violations from prosecutors refusing to turn over records showing how police came to suspect Kohberger. The state's argument that the IgG investigation is wholly irrelevant since it was not used in obtaining any warrants and will not be used at trial is well supported, Judge ruled in October. Nonetheless, Kohberger is entitled to view at least some of the IgG information in preparing his defense even if it may ultimately be found to be irrelevant. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for Wednesday in Moscow to clarify how the defense may use the IgG records, including which experts may review them. Kohberger submitted for DNA testing, neighbor says. Still, another scenario could exist. The FBI may have used the crime scene DNA to conduct an IgG search and instead landed directly on Kohberger's own DNA profile on a genealogy website. Ostensibly, this would give them a direct hit for the possible suspect. Kohberger, in the months before the U of I student homicides, told a fellow WSU graduate student living in the same on-campus housing complex in Pullman that he had submitted his DNA for testing to learn about his ancestry, the neighbor told the Statesman last year. The neighbor spoke on condition of anonymity over privacy concerns. He talked about his ancestors, the neighbor said in an interview from the entry of his apartment. He had some sort of DNA test. I don't know how he got to that point, it was just interesting to him. Suddenly, the possible constitutional implications would no longer be about the DNA left at a crime scene or the rights of those genealogy website customers who didn't agree to allow law enforcement to access their profiles for use in a criminal investigation. Under this potential scenario, Kohberger himself would not have consented for his DNA profile to be used in such a way, Gurney said. I think that scenario could be really interesting from a constitutional perspective, he said. It's not clearly a vicarious claim, because it's him making a claim for himself. The chances of that remain low, Gurney said, even if Kohberger previously submitted his DNA to a genealogy website. Most people use either Ancestry.com or 23andMe, which law enforcement can't access, and requires customers to use each company's proprietary testing kits. But other possibilities remain, he acknowledged. Kohberger could have downloaded his DNA profile from either service and then submitted it to GED Match or Family Tree DNA, but still not agreed to allow law enforcement to use it in its investigations. Thus, the potential constitutional claims for a criminal defendant. It's never happened in any case that I'm aware of, Gurney said. We've had cases where there's a sibling or parents or something. But no one that I know in this field has ever encountered a violent criminal who was so stupid as to upload their own DNA into any of these databases. In yet one other scenario, Kohberger could have originally sent his DNA to MyHeritage to produce a DNA profile. FBI investigators then would have had to upload the crime scene DNA to the website while conducting an IgG review, against the terms of service but as the federal agency has previously been known to do, Gurney and Roy said, and landed on the exact match for the suspect. I think it would be unethical, Gurney said. It would be something that I would strongly urge them not to do, but it's not illegal for them to access the MyHeritage database, if that's indeed what happened. Even so, Ritter saw the possible constitutional implications if the FBI did violate MyHeritage's terms of service, which in turn could be argued also violated Kohberger's Fourth Amendment rights. Defense attorneys, he said, might be able to argue that it wasn't only the use of his own DNA profile that infringed on his expectation of privacy but also the use of his DNA's connections to relatives, which also would identify him, based on the agreement he struck with the genealogy company when he paid for the service. It might be a devil's in the details situation, he said. It raises the question, is the FBI operating in that gray area and using this website that people believe has their information and is being protected from law enforcement when really it's not? He does have a direct expectation of privacy, and what is that expectation, and is that outlined on that website clearly enough that he had an expectation, not only his individual profile, but any kind of collateral revelations from that DNA? This story was originally published February 23, 2024, 4 a.m. Correction. This story has been updated to correct the timeline of when Bryan Kohberger told a neighbor that he had submitted his DNA for testing.
Next.
All right, guys. Sorry, I had to stop that. Like I said, it's a really interesting article. If you were keeping up with it, I thought it was. Um, and it even listen, we can even detach this from the Kohberger scenario. The fact that law enforcement has the ability to do this is scary to me. It really is. Okay. And I was talking to somebody else about this, and to me, when are we as the people able to say, "Whoa, what are you doing here?" You know what I mean? Like when do our rights come back into effect when it comes to this kind of thing, guys? This is a little crazy if you think about it. It's a lot crazy actually. You know, it kind of takes welcome, Donald. Yeah, you gotta. I know what you're saying, SRB. It's reading through it a lot, and it's got to be absorbed. But the basics of it come to the surface, in my opinion, and it shows that it's how can I say this? Um, I don't want to say dangerous, but it's kind of scary. It's scary. At the very least, it's a scary scenario. Um, the fact that it's definitely a constitutional issue. Okay. Um, and I believe that it's definitely grounds for, at the very least, a constitutional rights challenge. Okay. At the very least, and that affects everybody, not just this case, not just any case. It's just everybody, folks. The fact that it can be done is a problem for me. Okay. And that's what bugs me about it. Um, very much so. So, there's another article that came off of this, and it's the article title is it un-American or another police tool DNA profile used in Idaho murder case forms division. And it has divided people in the case as well as just around the world, folks, if you think about it. Um, you heard anything about they can't use ring cameras anymore? I haven't. That's interesting to hear, though, Ro. Very much so. Hold on a minute here, guys.
Is processed here at our state.
This is another piece to this I'm going to show you guys real fast. If you guys are bored, let me know and I'll change it up real quick, guys. I just thought this was really interesting on a scientific level when it comes to this. You know, we've talked about everything else, but since tomorrow's case is based on the IgG stuff, I wanted you guys to see some of this stuff and talk about and hear this stuff. Welcome, Heather Fitzgerald. Everybody else that's jumped in since I've been doing this, thank you for joining me. I appreciate you guys today. Moni, good to see you. Angel D, thank you for joining us. Miss Licity. Anybody else? I don't see. If I don't see it, I will see. I promise you. Give me a minute. All right, here we go.
He prosecuted, defended,
Hold on. I want to make sure you guys are hearing it right. 1 second. Here we go. It's 100% in my opinion, and the person Salty sent this to me, like I said, 100%. And her and Sleuthy had talked about this a long time ago, guys. Long time ago. It's 100% going to change case law. I agree. I do agree, and it's you know, it's interesting to say the very least.
through the court process. That all takes time to develop the level of documentation, both photographs, notes, all of those things will be needed for the process. So we take longer, we take our time, we make sure that we're doing a very thorough job of the analysis. Not everything that's collected at a scene might come into the laboratory. Not everything at the scene is collected. The crime scene responders are highly trained to determine what samples need to be collected, what evidence needs to be collected at the scene. The evidence that's collected is then submitted to the law enforcement agency. The law enforcement agency works in conjunction with us to determine what things need to be tested at the laboratory and in what order and in what time frame. So it's a very active dialogue between us and the investigators.
You're a trip,
First,
Angel.
looking for things that would identify a potential perpetrator of a crime.
I agree,
Second, to help
Sherry.
the investigators investigate the crime. And then finally, to be able to take these things to court, things that the prosecution might need, things that the defense attorney might need to be able to work this through the court system. So latent prints, basically, they are fingerprints that you can't see. We will use different techniques to affix them to the surface and then make them visible by using either a powder of some sort or a dye stain or something of that nature. Then we will image those to be able to bring it up to an electronic comparison with known prints from individuals that we take their fingerprints directly from their fingers. We do the comparisons on screen, known prints to latent prints that we might collect at a crime scene. After the comparisons, we might put them in a database of individuals that have provided their fingerprints.
Absolutely, very possible,
criminal arrest
Julie.
or upon a conviction from a crime. So we have about 66,000 DNA samples that are collected from convicted offenders in our state, convicted felons. When they are convicted of a felony, they provide a DNA sample to us. We DNA type that sample and put that DNA type into our state database and also into a national database that can be compared against all crimes that might happen in the United States.
And that's just a quickie on how that all works, guys, which again I think is pretty interesting. 1 second here. Bear with me. Hold on. Now, I did think that it was interesting too. I went into some of the things. Oh, thank you, Joanne. I'll check that out. Some of the things that, like, just out of curiosity, like ancestry.com and 23andMe and those places and stuff like that, what their regulations are for law enforcement to use some of their stuff. I thought it would be interesting to discuss that and show you guys how that works. For those of you that may not know it, everybody in here may know this stuff already, but these are the things that we as creators look at and go into and uh, uh, resource. Do you know what I'm saying? To so that people understand how a lot of this stuff works. Now, for instance, ancestry.com, they have a whole thing. Okay, it's their guide. They would guide put together based on how law enforcement can use their service per se. Okay, and how what goes along with it. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. So, Ancestry's Guide for Law Enforcement. And like I said, some of these things, everybody's talked about through this whole scenario, shebang. Bryan did it. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. That's all we've talked about, guys. We've never gotten into the scientific side of these things and then what the back, what's going on with all the other stuff. That's the part that I want to talk about with you guys, considering what we're going to be looking at tomorrow, okay, and what the IGG stuff is about. I know this gives people brain cramps in their brains and stuff, but it's still kind of important to understand it, I think. So, um, it helps you to understand per se. So, this is the ancestry.com guide for law enforcement. I figured it'd be the best one because it's one of the most populars, okay? And it says this guide is intended for law enforcement authorities in the United States and around the world seeking information relating to the accounts, or users of our ancestry family companies. Additional information is available in the applicable terms and conditions and privacy statements available on our websites. And if you guys don't want me to read this, please let me know. I'm just trying to give you guys some info. That's all. The services that they offer are Ancestry.com and international sites such as Ancestry.com UK and Australia. Allow members to create family trees, view historical records, and and communicate with relatives online. Okay. The archives.com is a service that provides access to billions of digitized, public records and images for genealogical research. Um, okay. Hey, Sonny. I just wanted to make sure you guys weren't getting bored with me and all this stuff, and I throwing this stuff at you. I just, like I said, I thought it was important to understand this side of things as well, you guys. So, Ancestry DNA is a testing service that connects autosomal test results with our DNA database to estimate a user's ethnicity and identify relationship with unknown relatives. We offer additional products and services such as Fold3, newspapers.com, and Ancestry Academy. For more information, click here. Information available from Ancestry. We collect user information in accordance with the applicable terms and conditions and privacy statements. Thank you, Licity. Request for Ancestry user information does not voluntarily cooperate with law enforcement. So We'll back that up. Ancestry does not voluntarily cooperate with law enforcement. To provide our users with the greatest protection under the law, we require all government agencies seeking access to Ancestry customers' data to follow valid legal process and do not allow law enforcement to use Ancestry services to investigate crimes or to identify human remains. I thought that was interesting, you guys. Law enforcement requests outside of the United States. Um, that doesn't really pertain, but depending on the jurisdiction of the requesting law enforcement agency, a mutual legal assistance treaty request or letter rogatory may be required to compel the disclosure of the records. This is because our users' account data can only be accessed by Ancestry.com, Operations Incorporated, located in the United States, and Ancestry Ireland, Unlimited Company, located in Ireland. International law enforcement authorities may also submit requests for emergency disclosure. We will provide responsive records in accordance with applicable law and our policies. Right. Where did I lost my place? Hold on. Law enforcement requests in the United States. Okay. You guys can't see this, can you? Is there a way to blow this up? Hold on a minute. There we go. Hopefully, you guys can see that better. So, Ancestry will release basic subscriber information as defined in 18 USC 2703C2 about Ancestry users to law enforcement only in response to a valid trial, grand jury, or administrative subpoena. Thank you, Zelda. Appreciate you. Uh, Contents of communications and any data relating to DNA of an Ancestry user will be released only pursuant to a valid search warrant from a government agency with proper jurisdiction. If we receive a valid request under U.S. law to preserve records, wait a minute. If we receive a valid request under U.S. law to preserve records that constitute potentially relevant evidence in legal proceedings, we will preserve but not disclose a temporary snapshot of the relevant account records for 90 days, pending service of valid legal process as described above. Okay, and how they respond to legal requests. The respect for the privacy and security of our users' account data drives our approach to complying with legal requests for information. When we receive a request, our team reviews it to make sure it satisfies legal requirements and our policies. If we believe a request is overly broad, we will try to narrow it to the extent legally permitted. How to request Ancestry user information. Okay. Ancestry responds to valid legal process issued in compliance with applicable law. When requesting user account information, please include, if available, known, the full name of the subject, Ancestry account holder, the account holder's username, and the email and or mailing address associated with the accounts. Hey, Sunny Days, good to see you, dear. Details about what specific information is requested, basic subscriber info, and its relationship to the investigation. We are unable to process overly broad or vague requests. In a valid official email address so that we may get back in touch with you upon receipt of your legal process. Okay. Requests should be made in writing and should be submitted by certified mail, express courier in person at addresses listed below, and an additional copy may be sent by email. They do not accept legal processes by email and or fax unless the request is an emergency request. Our contact information available at the bottom of this guide. Written requests must be made by law enforcement letterhead and signed by the responsible law enforcement officer. That's interesting to know too. We will notify users of requests unless prohibited from doing so. So if there's a request for somebody's information, they notify their account holder that that has happened. That's interesting to know. So if somebody were to be, I'm guessing, being investigated, law enforcement, makes a request for info, they're going to let their account holder know that there's been a request for their info. That's kind of interesting. And then in an emergency request, which I can understand in that sense, if there's an exigent emergency that involves a danger or death or serious physical injury to a person, that Ancestry may have information necessary to prevent, law enforcement officers can submit an emergency disclosure request by mail or to that email there with subject emergency disclosure request from a valid email address. We may notify the user of such request after the fact in accordance with our policy as described above. Please include all the following information in an emergency disclosure request. I mean, it seems like that's a great question, SRB. I don't think they would have to ask him, but I think that they would be informing him that it happened. As in to send maybe an email stating, hey, Mr. Kohberger, there was a request for info on your Ancestry.com account, so on and so forth, by such and such law enforcement agency. Just wanted to let you know. I don't think they have to ask permission, but I think what they're saying is they do and will inform the account holder, which is interesting to me. I wonder, though, Licity. I wonder. That's a good question, SRB. Thanks for asking, and I do wonder that, Licity. Yeah, if there's a way to get around that, you know what I mean? It's interesting. That's why I wanted to show you guys this stuff. And that shows everything. I don't need to read all that. What they need, submission of requests, how they do it, and where to do it at. There's separate links for both. Email address, lawenforcementrequest.com. So there you go with that. Hold on a minute here. And then 23andMe is a little bit different, but not too much. Okay. Hold up. This is the guy. Oops, sorry. It's intended for law enforcement authorities and government agencies seeking information relating to the accounts of 23andMe. Additional information is available in the applicable terms of service and privacy statement. Okay. So if they're looking at IGG on a serial killer, then I'm sure they have a way to keep it quiet so that they don't tip them off. And I would imagine, yeah, in a scenario like that, it's probably kind of a stipulation that, or just a general like respect per se, like, hey, we're looking into Jeffrey Dahmer here. Can you kind of float us a little a pass to get this and without doing this? In that sense, I would guess like a professional respect, I guess, for lack of better terms. You know what I mean? Again, thank you for that, Brandy. I appreciate that. Exactly, SRB. I don't know. I mean, they may. That's a good point. She says, wisdom, I suppose, whilst reaching out to any participants doesn't mean that they have to say what case they're investigating. But if they're reaching out and they're asking for a specific person's information, it's going to lead you to that in that direction to understand that or to know that, I would imagine. You know what I mean? These are great points you guys are putting out, by the way. I love these conversations when we have it like this. They would put it in the warrant to get the info from DNA site. Yeah. No offense, but you must be a bit dim to not understand and bin the IGG issue. It's no issue. What are you talking about, Leon? If you don't like what we're talking about, Leon, I've noticed throughout here, I haven't said anything. I'm just trying to be polite, but you've been making pretty, like, throughout the whole thing, semi-negative comments. If you don't like what we're talking about, I don't know why you're here. I understand all this stuff. I'm not dim. I understand everything. I'm explaining this to people that don't understand it is what I'm doing. So um, that's why we're having the conversation. And again, if you're it's not something you're into, then you don't have to be here. I'm not trying to be, an asshole, but that's all. If you're not interested in it or you don't like the way I'm presenting it, like I said, you don't have to stay here. I'm, not being rude, but just fact. I mean, personally would question it and be skeptical if I received a letter saying they were looking at my DNA, but I follow true crime. So most people, well, no, I mean, I agree with you on that, SRB, because I would be like right off the gate, like, what's going on? Why are they looking into me? You know what I mean? It's gonna be one of those scenarios, I thought. So you're good, country. Don't worry about it. No worries. So this is the 23andMe side of it for law enforcement and with the services provided by 23andMe. Like I said, guys, I don't have to read this. I'm just trying to give you guys some stuff to have to go on to understand. A lot of people have sent me emails telling me they don't understand the IGG. They don't know what it means. They're just three letters to them. Some people have said that. Um, I'm just trying to help in some ways to show people what some of this stuff means. That's all it is. Okay. If you guys don't want to hear it or are bored with it, just tell me. I'll take it away. It's no big deal. Hey, Pickle, good to see ya. Um, information that 23andMe collects. We collect user info in accordance with applicable terms of service. We work with third-party companies to provide users with services on behalf of 23andMe. And in some cases, these companies may have access to a limited amount of non-genetic user information. Specifically, our contracted lab has access to users' DNA samples and limited user information for processing purposes. Um, Under the Federal Clinical Laboratory Improvement Amendments of 1988, 23andMe is required to provide the laboratory with customer sex and date of birth. No other registration information, such as name, address, email, phone number, or other contact info, is provided to the lab. Samples and data are otherwise identifiable only by the unique barcode that is used to register a saliva collection kit tube. 23andMe chooses to use all practical, legal, and administrative resources to resist requests. So again, 23andMe, just like Ancestry.com, does not want to work with law enforcement, but at times these places are forced into doing this. Okay, and in some senses, I agree, should be, for whatever reason. Okay, it's about how it's handled is what I think the issues are. So, um, where did it go? However, 23andMe may, however, be required by law to comply with a valid court order, subpoena, or search warrant for genetic or personal info. 23andMe requires a valid legal process. Hold on, guys. In order to consider producing information about our users. 23andMe will only review inquiries as defined in 18 U.S. 2703 C1 related to the valid trial. Grand jury or administrative subpoena warrant or order administrative subpoenas must be served on 23andMe by personal service, just like subpoenas in the court setting. 23andMe will consider releasing additional account information or transactional information pertaining to an account only in response to a court order issued pursuant to 18 USC 2703D. In addition, 23andMe will only consider inquiries from a government agency with proper jurisdiction. Funny how 23andMe had a data breach involving law enforcement right around the time Bryan was caught. That is kind of interesting. No, if you're talking to me, I am not rapper. Oh my God. There are other sites where people can upload their raw data from the other testing sites and match people up, check their front. Yeah, right. That makes sense. So let me see here. 23andMe publishes a transparency report, which contains details on all law enforcement requests for user information that we receive. That's interesting. Transparency report. And this is how they explain it. Let's see here. Well, they're showing how many times it's been requested through them. Number of users, accounts specified 15, total requests 11 in the United States, and 15 number of user accounts. 11 and 15, interesting. Huh. It is very, very interesting that happened. Idaho could make IgG more accepted. Yeah, it could. That's a fact. And like I said, it all goes back to the case law, scenario, guys. April Wine, good to see you. Should be admissible anyway, as their collection sources are not accredited or regulated and could be contaminated. That I can agree with that, April. I absolutely can. What the hell is going on over here in the chat? I see you guys laughing, and Kim Friends, welcome. Yeah, you want to date? Go to Plenty of Fish. Rapper, assistant, love connection. Brandy, you're a trip. You're a trip. You guys are just a trip today. Funny, funny, funny. Yes, that is agreeable, April, for sure. So, sorry guys, let me move that down now. All right, I'm gonna put this up for you guys to hear real quick too, and then we're gonna talk. Of course, if you want to talk to me.
What do cell phone records say about Bryan Kohberger's location? Expert explains. Idaho authorities have alleged that Bryan Kohberger's cell phone records showed he was in the Moscow area less than an hour after 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death in an off-campus house, and that he visited the coverage area of the home 12 times before the homicides. But telecommunications expert and former electrical engineer Ben Levitan, who has analyzed cell phone data for the well-known Adnan Syed case featured in the Serial podcast, told the Idaho Statesman that while cell phone records can provide someone's estimated location, they can't pinpoint an individual's exact location. Kohberger, the 28-year-old former grad student, is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder of seniors Madison Mogan, 21, of Kerr Delane, and Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, of Rathdrum, Junior Shauna Kernodle, 20, of Post Falls, and freshman Ethan Chapin, 20, of Mount Vernon, Washington. In the 18-page probable cause affidavit, which must only be detailed enough to give law enforcement the authority to make an arrest, not support a conviction, police said they used DNA evidence, surveillance footage and vehicle records to hone in on the former Washington State University graduate student. The statesman spoke with Levitan to ask about law enforcement agencies' use of cell phone records in a criminal. Just a quick word from our sponsor.
Judy was boring.
Hello.
Then Judy discovered ChumbaCasino.com.
It's my little escape.
Now Judy's the life of the party.
Oh, baby, mama's bringing home the bacon.
Whoa, take it easy, Judy. The Chumba life is for everybody. So go to ChumbaCasino.com and play over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Criminal investigation. Was
Sorry,
Kohberger
guys,
near
I
King Road
couldn't.
home
I
before
couldn't skip it.
stabbing?
I hope Judy's
In the
okay.
affidavit, the Moscow Police Department alleged that Kohberger used his cell phone in the coverage area of the King Road home at least 12 times before the November stabbings. But Levitan said a typical cell phone tower covers an area of 12 square miles. Someone could be miles away from the nearest cell tower, and Moscow is a roughly 3 by 5 mile town. You cannot pinpoint a person, Levitan said about cell phone records. There's no chance any expert in the world can tell you where that person is located. Levitan added that the nearest cell tower to the King Road home covers an area of 27.3 square miles, the same size as nearly 14,000 football fields. Moscow police said Kohberger's historical phone records were pulled to determine whether Kohberger stalked any of the victims before the stabbings. Levitan said if authorities during the court proceedings try to show Kohberger visited the home 12 times, they will be wrong and could damage their case. Was Kohberger in Moscow area during stabbings? Levitan said authorities could definitely use cell phone records to tell whether a person is traveling if the individual is using their phone, because as someone moves throughout an area, the cell phone transfers from one cell tower to the next as it goes into the next cell range. The affidavit alleged that Kohberger traveled from Blaine, Idaho, which is just south of Moscow, to Pullman from 4:50 a.m. to roughly 5:30 a.m., roughly 35 to 50 minutes after the stabbings occurred. They can't get that wrong, Levitan said. The cell records, police say, match up with Washington State University surveillance footage that showed a white Hyundai Elantra, the same car model Kohberger owned, traveling through the Pullman campus. Kohberger's cell records never show him traveling to Moscow on the night of the homicides, and the affidavit alleged that he attempted to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide, because his cell phone wasn't showing up on the network from 2:47 a.m. to 4:48 a.m. Police in the affidavit said that a phone not reporting to the network could mean it was in airplane mode, turned off, or in an area without service. Levitan said that it's impossible to know for sure that Kohberger turned off his phone unless someone called Kohberger during the 2-hour period and the call records showed that his phone went straight to voicemail. He added that if someone's phone isn't showing up on the network, all it means is that they didn't receive any calls or texts or use any apps during that time period. How many cell towers are in Moscow? A list provided by Levitan, which he has gathered from his years testifying in various cases, showed a total of 4 cell towers in Moscow, including the nearest one to King Road, which is along Paradise Creek Street. The 3 other cell towers within the city of Moscow, according to Levitan's list, are near Residence Street, East F Street and Paradise Ridge. A cell tower also sits along Foothill Road, which is west of Moscow Mountain and about 10 miles outside of the city. The Federal Communication Commission doesn't maintain a complete national database of cell towers, a spokesperson said. The database that the FCC does maintain includes cell towers that are primarily being used for broadcasting and phones, are over 200 feet, or are within the glide slope of an airport. But the FCC's database only shows 2 cell phone towers within city limits, and Levitan said that most cell towers are not in the database. The closest towers to the King Road home are along Old Pullman Road just off the Idaho-Washington border and one next to the Moscow Church of the Nazarene, according to the FCC database. Both of those structures are roughly 2 miles from the off-campus house. The nearest cell tower from Levitan's list is a little over half a mile from the King Road home. AT&T, which is the provider for Kohberger's phone, declined to comment and suggested the statesman reach out to the Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association. The association also declined to comment. How reliable are cell phone records in court? Levitan said cell phone records are completely reliable, but that authorities tend to overplay them. He added that cell phone records could help exclude suspects by showing they weren't within a tower's coverage area. But, Levitan said, when someone does show up in the coverage area of a cell phone tower, it doesn't mean they were at the scene of the crime. Cell phone records as evidence are very reliable and useful, but it's not DNA, Levitan said in a follow-up email. It doesn't have the precision that would allow you to pinpoint a person's phone. The best the state can say is that this phone was in a 27 square mile area that includes the crime scene 12 times. This story was originally published February 2, 2023, 4 a.m.
All right. I just again more info I thought would be interesting for you guys to see and hear. Um, and then again going back to the IGG stuff, guys. Sorry. There was a thing. There was another article that was part of this. I think we already went through this though. Murder cases are not solved in 24 hours. DNA experts discuss Moscow evidence homicides. Yeah, we did cover that. Sorry. Okay. Well, this was the one that I thought was pretty interesting here. Excuse me. This is all stuff we know, though. The way they put it out. Mm, mm. One part of this, when they were talking about how uh, how police actually cracked the Idaho killings case. Okay. There's a part in here, and I don't want to read this whole thing to you guys and bore you guys to death. That was interesting to me. Yes, my head's on fiber. It's fiber. Fiber. Where are we at here? Hold on, I want to see. The question is, in this article at least, is what happened shortly before Christmas that refocused Payne's attention on this particular Elantra owner based on the vehicle. The route of travel of the 8458 phone during the early morning hours of November 13th to 22 and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 247 and 448 is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence, he wrote. So again, back to that. So the question is what happened shortly before Christmas that refocused Payne's attention on this particular owner? The answer, according to the source familiar with the investigation, is party Partly that the officer got back the results from a forensic genealogy team. As court documents state, during his exploration of the house, Payne found the leather knife sheath stamped with the Marine Corps Eagle containing a single source of male DNA on its button snap. Had their suspect been arrested for or convicted of a felony in one of the states that are aggressive about collecting DNA, officials may have found him by searching a criminal database. We all know that. But Kohberger's most notable previous interaction with police occurred this past fall when he applied for an internship to work for the Pullman Police Department. And so, in the end, investigators would turn to an alternative way of identifying DNA, which rose to prominence following the 2018 arrest of Joseph James D'Angelo, former police officer, in what's rather referred to as the Golden State Killer case we all know about. Okay. So, where are we at here? After decades of dead ends, investigators helped triangulate the identity of the mystery man who terrorized California in the 70s and 80s, committing at least 13 murders and many more essays by using partial genetic matches to relatives and genealogy databases and the building of an enormous family tree. Since then, law enforcement agencies across the country have used the technique to identify suspects and victims in hundreds of cases. Most of these cases went cold decades ago, but But regardless of how long a lab has been storing the DNA, a first step involves processing DNA in a way that enables an upload to genealogy database. We all know that too, okay? Idaho State has a contract with Othram, a forensic genealogy company, to conduct genealogy testing according to the July 2021 memo. Othram and Idaho State Police Forensic Services declined to comment about this. Okay. Once DNA is ready, it gets uploaded to GEDmatch or Family Tree DNA, if not both. These are two primary genealogy sites that permit some types of law enforcement searches. The FBI played a role in the forensic genealogy work in the Idaho case, and we all know these things too, so I'm not going to bore you with that. And then throughout this, the FBI declined to comment. Anthony Dollinger, spokesperson for the Moscow Police Department, wrote, "Due to the gag order issued by our judge, I am not allowed to discuss the case in any form," of course. It just goes on to explain about how far he lived from the area. And then it says something conducting surveillance on a suspect and then collecting something they've discarded, such as a cigarette butt or a soda can, extracting DNA from it and comparing it with crime scene DNA. On December 27th, agents collected trash from outside the Pennsylvania home where Kohberger was visiting his parents. According to the affidavit, the Idaho State Lab reported that there was an extremely high probability it contained DNA belonging to the suspect's father. On December 30th, agents arrested Kohberger. Soon after he was arrested, Kohberger appeared in front of a judge in Idaho. The court released the affidavit. Some suggested that the absence of any reference to forensic genealogy meant that it had not been utilized after all, but there is another explanation. Forensic genealogy leaders at the FBI and beyond have directed police departments to omit all references to the technique. Numerous people involved in these investigations told me that the only reason it would show up in a probable cause document or search warrant these days is if a police department rejected their guidance. As to whether keeping it out of the court documents is a problem, two primary camps have emerged over the past few days. The first camp says leaving it out is offensive. The technique relies on members of the public who've chosen to opt into genealogy databases to allow law enforcement to use their DNA profiles to help identify their relatives. Therefore, the public deserves to know when it is used. Contrary to what many people think, Ancestry and 23 don't easily, we know that, enable law enforcement searches. So GEDmatch, and Family Tree DNA are what we're talking about here. With Family Tree DNA, you're opted in by default. With GEDmatch, users have to click a box because it's not in these court documents. It's difficult to know how many times it's been used or the kinds of cases in which law enforcement applies it. Let me see here, guys. 1 second. Give me a second, folks. Sorry, guys. My son and wife just called. So anyway, moving forward, this is all stuff that we know. I don't want to bore you guys because it's a lot of reading stuff, but that's pretty much where all that comes into play. So it's quite an interesting. All of this is pretty interesting to me. This side of everything, I think. So anybody that would like to speak on this or just jump up here and talk about any of this, there's a link. Join me, please, because I'm sure everybody's tired of hearing my boring ass voice. Hey, Miss Amy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well over there. Yes, they did. Once they arrested him, Amy, they swabbed him right then and there, and then they matched it up that way. Where'd Twizzle go? Did Twizzle leave? You guys are having your whole full-on conversation over here. Is it fun? Can I join in? I've never shopped on Temu once in my life, Clue. Ever.
What do you say?
I said I've never shopped on Temu ever in my life.
Yeah. Okay.
I never have. I never have. Why would you say that anyway?
It's on your thing.
What thing?
It's on the screen.
That's probably just an advertisement. I don't go there. I've never been there. I've been told not to go there. That's why I haven't.
You was trying to show off your muscles, Dago.
What muscles? What are you talking about?
It showed muscle. I'm just messing with you. It just showed muscle shirts.
Oh, yeah. No, that ain't me. Oh, them? Yeah, no. I do wear those occasionally, but no. Yeah, I never been there. Everybody's told me stay away from it because it's dangerous for some reason. I don't know why, but
Shoot, dangerous with all the money you'll save.
is it all like cheapo shit like wish.com and stuff?
No, like I buy clothes on there all the time.
Oh, okay.
And shoes. I got the cutest pair of fringe boots, but that's not what we're here for.
Not really, no. Nope, not today, but it's all good. We'll check it out though. So what do you think? What's going on?
I'm really interested to see what happens tomorrow in terms of who's going to get to see this IGG. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And what they get to see. I think that's what I want to know more than anything else. I don't know why they would ever object to the experts seeing the information. If they do that, something is off.
Well, the only thing I think that they could object to is that it was claimed already that the people that we've already seen are not experts. But they've allowed them to be there to be in the first place. That was an issue I had. There was a complaint made before that they weren't actual experts, but they allowed them to come in and sit in on this and make their statements. So why would they allow that to begin with? You know what I mean?
So they weren't considered experts?
That's how it was brought to me, that they were not experts per se. But if that's the fact, why were they there to testify to begin with? You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what doesn't make sense to me. Somewhere along the lines that the prosecution made that comment that these weren't experts because of what their experience was and what they've worked on per se, I guess. Why did you allow them to sit up here and make these statements to begin with then, if they weren't? Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now, you didn't like what they said, maybe, or what? I don't know. So don't quote anything I'm saying. I'm just curious, like, what's the deal with this?
Well, that's what's funny, because they submitted paperwork.
Get right. Yeah.
Like reports and their qualifications, their experience, their credentials. So what are they considering them then, if not experts?
They're knowledgeable in these areas, but not considered an expert. Now, what makes you an expert? How much do you need to know to be an expert in this area of expertise? That's curious. I'd like to know that myself. And Amethyst is saying that they are experts, except for Vargas. I'll be honest with you guys. The testimony that Vargas gave was more in-depth and interesting to me than the other three were to me. That was my opinion, though. So,
well, it's probably because she's driven. She's self-taught.
Right. And then she's the one that gets visited by the FBI after the fact. So who knows? Yeah, that's what I said, Megan. Their credentials seem pretty legit. I agree with that. And Vargas isn't an expert. And I can agree with that. But why did you allow her to sit on the stand and then go talk to her after the fact? They should have like gone through all that before she even sat on the stand. In my opinion. You know what I mean?
She's out anyway.
Yeah. She's not coming back. What was that? You guys okay?
It's a Amber Alert.
Oh. Is mine gonna go off now, Pooh?
Not unless you're down the street.
I get local and national Amber Alerts.
Is it
I
for
didn't get
the boy? Yeah, no, there's like somebody missing. Like a guy, a kid. Well, obviously there's someone missing, idiot. I'm not with it today. I'm sorry.
Well, you shouldn't be expected to be, considering what you got going on. I understand.
I think the meatballs helped.
Right. I do agree with that, Heather. They're interesting in their own testimonies, built from each other. I agree. I am very interested in tomorrow, though, guys. That's what I was saying. And I agree with Clue on that. I really want to see who's going to be able to see what they're going to see. And if they're going to allow them to see everything, I don't see why they wouldn't, but I would hope, that they would, is what I'm saying.
So Joanne, she said maybe Vargas was like, F this case, I'm out. I can say that it wasn't a situation where she was
I don't think she had a choice.
told not to return. It was her doing.
Okay, so she chose to opt out of the whole thing herself?
Correct.
But do you ever wonder why?
I didn't ask.
It makes you wonder if the visit from the FBI had anything to do with it.
I mean, I think it would make me think twice about it. You know what I mean?
Twice, 3 times a lady? Yeah, 100%. I would too. I'm just curious, but it is what it is. It's not our business, obviously, and we're never going to know. Unless she decides to talk about it. And that's what I was going to say, Angel. I like that comment. She did. She seemed that's why I enjoyed her testimony. She seemed very confident in what she was saying and very serious about it. And it seemed like it was the real deal when it was coming from her. And then like that, she's done. Something's up with that, in my opinion, but that's just me.
And just because I will say this, just because she hasn't gone to school, right, and she doesn't have the like degree, blah blah, I can't say that she's technically not an expert. Like if you think about back in the olden days, right, no one
Right.
went to college for anything.
Yeah.
Nurses train in hospitals on the job. They were considered experts in that field.
And
So
police officers did the same thing. There was no police academy. You got
right.
hired and you learned as you went, period.
So I'm not going to say she's not an expert because that's maybe, especially considering everything she knows, she has taught herself. Like that takes dedication.
Yeah, 100%. Tina says that there is no degree for this field yet, which is interesting. So how do you qualify somebody as an expert?
And that
And
is
what,
true. There's not one.
right. And under what standards does it have to be to qualify to go in and be listed as an expert in this field? Like, how is that even fair in some senses? You know what I mean?
Well, they probably figure people who have studied, like there are geneticist degrees. So they probably figure that person would just roll over and they could be an expert in IgG, but I still don't know how that works. It's completely different.
Right. And what Amethyst just said here is what my thought has been, is that she's threatening to some because she's actually really good.
Yeah.
That's where I get off with it, truthfully. And I thank you for that, Amethyst. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I was very impressed with her testimony. I really was. Like I said, a lot more impressed than the others that spoke. I'm not saying that they spoke nonsense or that they were wrong, because I don't know that. But I was more in like, she drew me in more with her. And like you said, I think she is driven. She's very serious about what she does. It felt like it. And it pulled me in. And I was very interested in what she was saying as compared to the other ones where I could have probably nodded off listening to them. You know what I mean? Not to be rude, but that's just how I felt with it.
Now she definitely had a little more personality.
And maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's all it was, I guess. Do you think if they state didn't show the original work and had to resubmit the change, that changes things? That's a good question, Heather. That's actually a really good question. What do you guys think of that?
I think there's something funky. Like, I don't understand how, like, this will always be a question in my head. I'm not police, I'm not FBI, so I don't know the inner workings, but I don't understand how you arrest someone and you don't have the finals of all the crap you use to arrest this person.
I think
like, how is it that I have to sit here and wait for a video to be lined up with audio? How did you use that video if you haven't already done that?
Yeah, I agree. That's been the question the whole time, I think. How do you do this when you don't even have the end results of it? You know what I'm saying?
Right, and there's no cash report, like, which I understand. That whole thing is kind of weird to me too, because it doesn't say the FBI did a cash report. It says that Payne talked to someone who works with CAST. So how are you generating a cash report when in the first place one apparently wasn't done? You just spoke to Officer Payne. It makes no sense.
And we had this conversation and went over this a few times not too long ago, if you remember that. And we all kind of agreed that doesn't make any sense. It's interesting, to say the least.
That Firefly just said what I mean.
Yep,
What did they show the grand jury if y'all don't have the final info?
We're all thinking the same way. Exactly. Because I looked over, saw that, and you must have saw it at the same time. That's my question. What did they show them if they don't have it all together? A piece of it? And that grand jury made their decision based on a piece of it? Come on now. Like, that makes me question it then. Okay. I'm not anybody important, but we're all asking the same question here. Okay. I don't know. And yeah, I think I personally agree with some of you that are saying that Vargas obviously maybe was intimidated, and that's why she took a step back for her own self. And I get that. I don't blame her. I probably have done the same thing. She shouldn't have been intimidated, but it is what it is.
There is a possibility as well that she saw what they had, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, right? There is the possibility she resigned because or withdrew from whatever because she saw that he is in fact guilty.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's possible.
I thought that
right?
too.
It is possible. I don't think it's likely, but it is possible that.
Agree. I mean, we got to look at both sides of it. I mean, obviously, that's the way I want to do it, and I appreciate you saying that. And yeah, Dive, I did see that this morning. I even told everybody about it in here. I hope everybody does go and check out Jules's video about the Idaho Statesman. It's really interesting. And I mean, what you guys saw, I showed you. Please go watch how she explains this because it's really, really good. She did a great job as always.
You know, that does kind of make what you're saying right. I will say, thinking about that in the aftermath, the fact that they say that she kind of recanted some of her statements, right? Then she's resigning, whatever, withdrawing from the case. Like, it does almost maybe present a light of she saw something, heard something that made it to where she couldn't fight for his innocence.
That was my other thought too. When Cletus said that, it just kind of wink. If they did go to her and say, "Hey, we can't just show you this in public. We can't talk about this because it's pertaining to the case, but look, this is what we have. What do you say about this now?" Okay. It could be something so damning that she was like, "Listen, I'm sorry. I can't cover that now, and I'm out." That makes sense, Cletus. It does.
And I mean, it's in my opinion, based on what we know, I think it's the less likely of the two situations. I think the more likely is whatever the FBI showed up at her door to say and do is why she withdrew.
I mean, it could be either one, though. Honestly, Annie says she never amended her statement. I thought she did recant some of her statements.
That's what Bill Thompson said.
Okay.
He said he said that they were heard from other people in the field that she had gone back on some of her statements.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember that. You're right.
Which is why they sent the FBI out there, right, to talk to her.
Yeah. Okay. So then I wonder then. Thank you, Zelda. There's a link for Jules's channel, guys. Excuse me. If you haven't checked out her channel, please do. She's very good at what she does. As far as reviewing these things. She's amazing with it. So Amethyst says she wasn't given any of BK's information at all.
And you would think that's right. Because they haven't, well, I don't know that they wouldn't be able to look at anything they had so far.
I don't think any of them had seen any of that. They were just giving a blanket statement on that scenario, right? If I remember, it's been a while. That's how that went down, wasn't it? There was no actual specifics put out there. They just kind of were giving them. They were talking and like I said, in a blanket form over that whole type of a situation. Am I wrong?
Yeah, like how it works.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Didn't turn over anything related to the IDG at that time. They were still arguing about getting it.
Yeah, it was still earlier.
The whole thing that was weird to me is it's almost like it did kind of feel like they were spying on her.
Mm-hmm.
Because he said we became aware of it through electronic communication. Like, what kind of shit is that? Like, what are you watching my email, my text messaging? Like, that's crazy.
It is creepy, but this is the FBI. They do what they want to do when they want to do it, how they want to do it. So,
oh, trust me, I know. But I mean, it's like that's the kind of crap that'll make you believe in the Men in Black. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I agree. Heather's right, though. I always questioned that too. And monitoring her conversations, He said she recanted, but in court is where it matters, and she was never cross-examined. It's a good point.
That's what I was thinking, Sherry. It sounds like either a wiretap or some kind of surveillance.
Well, I mean, listen, guys, this is the FBI. We know that they have the tools and the ability to see, hear, and know everything that they want. These conversations we're having right now, that's what they do. It, it would be real easy, especially with cell phone conversation, to pick that up. Okay, it could have just been, I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't want to speculate that far into something like that, but you just don't know. Stop calling me. Yeah, that's another thing that was weird to me too, is they went to her house late at night. I remember that. It was like 10, 11 o'clock at night, I thought.
Yeah, that's crazy. Don't show up at my house at that time. We could talk in the morning.
Especially being the FBI, that's going to intimidate anybody, okay?
Yeah.
It's a weird situation all the way around.
It wouldn't intimidate me, but I'm trying to tell you, you might leave with some holes in you.
Well, I mean, that's probably not a good idea, but just showing up out of the... Yeah, I know what you mean that way. That's how I am, too. Good Jesus, alrighty. Come on. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, guys.
Every time I come up here, he leaves. I always feel like somebody's watching me. I get no privacy. I don't remember the words. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Oh, man.
Hey, Macarena. That's what I always sounds like they're doing. Hey, Macarena.
Next time he'll mute you before he has to back out.
I can tell I don't feel good. I can't think of any songs. You know what I'm going to make myself?
What?
I'm going to get one of those old school bingo games where you like turn the wheel or turn the ball. And I'm going to have songs in there so when Dingo deserts me on his panel, I got something to say. No songs. I got on a ringtone app and filled out.
Whoa.
What?
I always feel like I was listening to you.
Did pretty good, huh?
Yeah, you did. Huh?
Look, my throat hurts.
I know all about it. I'm just teasing you.
I'm literally sick as a freaking dizzog.
Are you feeling any better at all?
I'm telling you, meatballs cure for everything.
If they're real, sure.
These were better than the ones she had yesterday. They were more real.
Those ones I had the other day looked like shriveled up grapes, but these were like big, thick, big balls.
Shriveled up grapes. What brands are these, guys?
Great Value is what I had the other day. Don't do that.
No.
I got these from Publix. Publix is better with everything.
Yeah, we don't have one of them here. It's only down in the South. We have Giant Eagle and places like that. I can't.
Publix?
Hell no. We don't have Publix. We don't have the Piggly. We don't have that's it. We have a Giant Eagle, we have Shop and Save, we have Sparkle Markets.
What's that?
What? Sparkle?
Yeah.
It's just a grocery store chain.
Oh.
I think it's typically only up north though. I've never heard of it down below.
Nah, we don't have none of that stuff. I ain't never heard of no Giant Eagle or nothing. You got the Trader Joe's?
Not around me. Does anybody else in Ohio know of us having Trader Joe's? I've heard of that place, but I don't know if it's around here. I know there's a few other Ohio peeps in here. Heather's from Ohio. We used to have Kroger's, but they're gone now, around here at least.
Oh, I love the Kroger.
What is it? Walmart. Walmart took over a lot of our grocery chains, being the day when they started carrying groceries.
Yep.
Trader Joe's has awesome buffalo chicken dip. Do we have that around here?
Yes, they do, Felicity.
Never heard of it. My wife makes the most amazing buffalo chicken dip I've ever had in my life. It is good. Nobody else is responding, so I guess I don't know how to answer that. Oh, Heather says yes. Trader Joe's. Where are they at, Heather? Because I've never seen them. She's a little bit north of me, but we're kind of close. Probably up. She's in a larger area than I am, so that's probably why.
Joanne, they're more expensive because it's supposed to be like a natural whatever supermarket, but they do have good food.
Who does?
Trader Joe's.
Oh, okay. Walmart, Giant Eagles are the yeah, that's who we have here in Nevada. We're close, so what are you saying, Elliot? Ooga chugga ooga iagza. What? Ooga chugga ooga chugga ooga.
It's a song.
I'm stuck on a feeling. Walmart's limited to organics. No, we got everything at this Walmart.
Yeah, Joe, and it's worth going in there and checking out for sure. Like they have really good produce, and like it is like supposed to be like a healthier grocery store. But that buffalo chicken dip now, that's worth trying.
Everything around me, Heather. Never here where I'm at. I live in BFE too, so it doesn't help. You guys have Buc-ee's down there?
Heck yeah, beaver nuts or beaver nuggets.
Beaver nuggets. I call them beaver nuts too. I seen those when I was heading to. Well, actually, yeah, you do have it because that's where I saw it was down south. Buc-ee's is cool as hell. I wish we'd get them closer to up here.
Amethyst, I am from Louisiana. That's funny.
Louisiana. We do in Texas. Cool. Julie's singing. Everybody's singing in the chat now. See what you started,
like
Elliot?
Food.
Huh?
Buc-ee's. Do you like their food? The only thing I like there is their chicken tenders.
I never really had much of their food. Like I had a couple sweet things from there, and those were kind of good, but that's it. Hey,
yeah,
Jennifer.
like I tried that barbecue sandwich. It was not good. I don't like red barbecue. I like the vinegar barbecue.
I get it. Yeah, I understand. So do you like coleslaw? You like coleslaw, right?
No.
You don't like coleslaw. Okay. Forget it then. Some people, I was going to ask this question because my mother-in-law and my mother-in-law makes hers like vinegary. My wife makes hers with a little sweeter taste to it. And I like KFC, like theirs. I love it that way. Chopped barbecue is good. It's like pulled pork and stuff. Hell yeah. Love that.
It is. I just don't like Buc-ee's because they put that red sweet stuff on it. And I'm like, I want the vinegar based.
So they use a sweet barbecue sauce instead of the tangy one. I got you.
Yeah, it's like, is it Memphis?
Yeah.
It's like Memphis style barbecue. I don't like that.
I can do them both. I usually make my own barbecue sauce, but buttermilk and sugar. Yeah, that's true, Julie. I have recipes because I used to love KFC. I can't eat it anymore because it tears up my stomach, but I have a recipe for their coleslaw and their chicken, their fried chicken, to be able to make it at home to get that breading, which it never turns exactly like it, but it's very close. We just got a new place out here. How did we start talking about food?
I don't know. With me this time.
The meatballs. Yes, it was you. You brought up the meatballs.
My bad.
What the hell is this? Raisin Cane's chicken. That just opened up out here, not too far away from me. I've never had it before, and I'm curious.
My daughter was talking about trying that the other day. I think they maybe put one here too. I don't know. Or it's like an hour away. She wanted to drive an hour and a half to go try this chicken.
Mm-hmm. What is it called, Licity? The barbecue place you're talking about? They do catering, because I got one around here too. They even make homemade ice cream, and oh my god, it is so good. A Huntsman. What the hell are you and Twizzle talking about?
I make homemade ice cream.
This is good. Good. Not saying yours isn't, but
Wow.
they have a creamery thing. I mean, they make an ice cream I never heard of in my life until I tried it. I would have never ate this on purpose, but damn, it's called buttermilk pie flavored ice cream.
I only started making ice cream because fiance liked this place called, I guess they used to deliver, what was it? Schwann's home delivered.
Yeah. I know what Schwann's is.
And he used to eat the butter brickle ice cream. And so one year for his birthday, I figured out how to make this ice cream for him. I must have done pretty good because he said it tasted just like it did from the Schwann's truck. So
Schwann's is awesome. They got good ice cream. Bluebell. Mm-hmm. Raisin Cane's is good. Okay, good to hear. Oh, we're going to do it again, Jesse. We just did it Friday. This Friday, I don't know if you were in there, but Friday night we did it. Oh, listen, you don't remember those? Licity? She said freeze pudding cups and let them have a bit of butterscotch. Yeah, listen. Back in the day, in the 80s, I don't know how old you are, Liz. Bill Cosby used to advertise the Jell-O pudding pops. You don't remember those?
Oh, they were so good.
Yes, they were. They had banana, vanilla, chocolate, and vanilla swirl. There was another. Those were the bang, and I don't know if they even still make them, but if they do, I haven't seen them in years. But they were butterscotch too, because butterscotch is my favorite flavor. Period. Especially for pudding. I haven't seen it. They do make them. Okay. Selective memory. Okay, I understand. No worries.
What do you think is going to happen tomorrow, Dago?
Wait a minute. What the hell, Deborah? Zesty mac and cheese ice cream. I'm good.
Ew.
Let it go. Bye.
We tried that ranch ice cream. Holy crap. So gross.
No way. Sorry. Well, I'm hoping tomorrow that they set a trial date at the very least, or maybe a tentative trial date at the very least. I mean, it's time. It really needs to happen some way. Okay. And but at the same time, like I said, I don't want them to do it prematurely, not being ready, because it needs to be right. Like he said, it doesn't need to happen more than once. Dude, I couldn't eat ranch ice cream. I love ranch, but not with ice cream. And I could not eat macaroni and cheese flavored ice cream. That just makes me want to throw up right here. And I mean, I don't know if I think what we're gonna hear tomorrow is gonna be limited, in my opinion. As far as the IGG stuff goes, I don't know if they're gonna put out there who, other than the people that we've seen already. I'd be surprised if there's anybody new added to the list of people that are able to see this. And I don't think we're gonna know how much of it they're gonna see. Okay. And then again, how much of it is out there? Is it still just a draft? Is it a full, document? The whole thing, is it done?
Well, that's one thing I want to see that judge tomorrow. I don't know if he's going to have to borrow somebody else's, but he needs to grow a pair and start putting some deadlines out. Stop letting the prosecution delay this crap.
And if it's not the prosecution doing it, then he needs to crawl up inside the ass of whoever's doing it and make them get on the ball, if you can.
Right.
Okay. You know, I've heard her say time and time again that the prosecution is giving them everything that they need and want. Okay, if that's the case, then we're still waiting on stuff. Why and who's doing it? And whoever's doing it, he needs to say, hey, this needs to happen now. Like you said, grow a pair and get on this. Okay. And if not for the sake of the case, for the damn families, for Christ's sakes, they need this some form of closure on this.
Well, that's what's so funny with Ann. Like, she was saying the prosecution ain't giving her this. We've asked so many times, da 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 da. And then all of a sudden at the last court date, it was like, I understand. It's not their fault.
It was weird. It was weird because they were both like ready. Like I was imagining them going out for drinks after that hearing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's how it seemed to me. And I know that they all kind of intermingle. That's fine, but at this point, it is or it isn't. Make it what something or another. You know what I mean? Greg, good to see you. Hey, Val, thank you for jumping in today. I didn't see you, hun, but thank you for being here. And if you guys are not being polite, please be polite. Treat each other respectfully, please. You know what? I need to find that one. Do you have the Pennsylvania PCA clue?
I'm sure somewhere.
I can't find that. I don't know why. I had it once and then I lost it and I can't find it again.
Y'all need some lemonade.
You guys pull up the PCA. You'll see that it says PALE started surveilling BK the day before they were asked by MPD for their assistance. The day before, how? That's interesting. I mean, unless they knew something the day before. But how? It's a good question. How?
Unless it was someone in that house.
I said this not that long ago. Somebody in there could have said, hey, my brother drives a white Elantra and he may be involved in this. I don't know. Just a tip.
I mean, you would have to think that if this fool was walking around with gloves and the cleaning the car thing has never looked suspect to me because he just drove cross country and it was filthy.
Yeah.
But sitting there separating trash and wearing your nitrile gloves and stuff, like that's off.
Yeah. I agree.
And you never know, like they could have sat down and had a conversation about that crime just as a family. And the sisters are like psychology people. If they see him have a response that's not normal.
That's a good point. Both of his sisters are in psychology. And if they're sitting there talking to him, like she's saying, guys, and he reacts in a way that seems like he's unnerved or something, they're not going to look at that and go, I wonder. Yeah, okay, I get that. Being that the boy drives that car, as a family member, I'd be interested. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That's an interesting theory, Jennifer.
I mean, I'd be interested, period, because it's almost like that to study the person who did this. They didn't have a suspect then. That's like a psychologist's dream. You know what I mean?
100%. Yes, ma'am. Makes a lot of sense. Absolutely.
Well, I don't know. They couldn't have followed all the white Elantras. Like they just had 22,000 registered in that area, and his wasn't even one of them.
It's a huge rumor, Sherry. Nobody really knows, but it's an interesting theory. I'll say that much. Thank you, Jen and Heather. Appreciate you both. The subdivision is a gated community separated. Oh, wait a minute. Gated community separation of refuse laws and seals from that is true. Okay. Like you have to separate your recyclables from regular garbage. And some places you have to separate cardboard, plastic, glass, and then the rest you keep as trash. Okay. So I don't know if that's what that scenario was about, if he was separating the plastic from the glass from the cardboard from the, you know what I mean? And even some places you have to, like paper towels, products like that, you have to separate that as well. See, we do that here, but it's not for recycling except for the plastic. We burn our paper and stuff like that because I live in the country. Okay, but not to that extent. Gotcha. Good point. Good to know. Because I didn't know. I don't know what their laws are as far as the subdivision thing and stuff like that there. Some places just separate cardboard and plastic from the rest of the garbage, and some places separate it into little itty bitty things, you know.
And I know it's the 22,000 registered in Washington and Idaho, but here's the thing: when he came out and said that, when Chief Fry came out and said that, I'm not sure. I'll have to go back. I just pulled this interview up the other day. I'm not positive that Bryan had already switched his registration over. So his car may not have even been in the list of 22,000. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely does.
And I thought at first, I'm like, that's crazy. Like, that's a whole lot of freaking Elantras. But if we look at just simply that video where they're demolishing the house or whatever, that green car that comes by is in fact an Elantra that was originally white in color.
Yeah, and it was wrapped in that green, right? Which is interesting. Very interesting. So you never know.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a popular car.
It's the most popular car after this case that I've ever seen in my life. I've never known for that many cars to be that available. That of the same type of car, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Right.
Never heard of that in my life. That was insane to me. Just saying. And it's funny because I never saw nor paid attention to that car before.
No.
And now I see them everywhere. It's crazy.
It's almost like after you buy a car,
yeah,
you see it all over the place.
Right. That's what happened. I never paid attention to cars when I got my first Impala. Once I owned my Impala, it was gold. I looked around and I saw them everywhere. Everywhere I turned, I saw it then. Same with my truck when I got my Chevy pickup. Same way.
You know what you don't see? K5 Blazers.
You did that on purpose, Pat.
I know.
I can't stand you.
What did I do?
You know what you did. You know exactly what you did by saying that. You're a butthead.
Just saying. They're not common.
She did it on purpose, folks, because she has one and she knows I want one in the worst way. That's why she did that. She's a butthead. It's all good. I'll find one day. Either that or I'll put one together. I'll probably end up paying out the ass if I get it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, they're not cheap anymore.
No, they haven't been in a long time. That's why I have not even looked. Are you 109% sure that the pudding you mentioned marked and earlier that Bill Cosby's? I don't know what you mean by that, my friend. I know he was the one that advertised it.
I do know that was Bill Cosby, wasn't it? With the pudding.
You put the pudding in the pop and yeah, all that. That was him.
Oh my gosh, I did not even know that.
Jello pudding pops. Deborah Lynn says, I said this in the beginning. Bryan was seeing BF on the down low, so he was out with her. She spent the night, Ryan. Dylan come back. I mean, You're not the only person that said that, Deborah. I'll be honest with you. There's quite a few people that believe that, and it's not that far fetched. But I don't know if there's anything that could prove that at this point. Maybe. I mean, everybody says that because they think that's the exculpatory evidence. You know what I mean? And I get it. I do. Absolutely.
So the problem I have with that is at the time of filing an alibi. If that were the case, they would definitely have filed an alibi instead of just sort of a
I think they would have pulled her in.
They would have said he was out driving, and he was out driving with one of the residents of.
They would have pulled her into it. That's my thought too. I agree. Yeah.
And at that point, they would have dropped charges against him. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%. He's 8 years older than her. I doubt it. Well, I don't know, Firefly. There's some younger girls that like these older guys. So for some reason, they do. But I definitely think they'd have pulled her into that. That especially with the way Ann does things, they'd have yanked her into that real quick. That's my opinion, though.
I mean, 8 years, because she was what, 20?
Well, I'm only telling you what I'm saying. When I first got divorced from the creature, I was 28. I was being chased by a lot of 20-year-old girls for some reason. They liked me. That's why I'm saying it is very plausible, but I don't know. And I ran as fast as I could too. I'll tell you that much. That was a scary situation back then.
Well, I think it's the assumption that guys do mature like 3 years slower than girls. So it's almost like you kind of assume at 28 they might have their crap together.
Well, that's the thing. Girls like more mature guys. Guys like more mature women. That's typically how that goes. Typically. But it makes sense. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it is a plausible scenario. It is. There's so many things that are. It's just not. I really feel if that was the case, we'd have seen and heard about that a long time ago. They'd have been all over that, literally, because that would have been burden of proof right there. You know what I mean? So,
and I kind of sit there and ask myself, like, what would be the purpose of them not giving her as an alibi?
Yes, thank you. Instead of coming up with, he was out driving by himself. That's the weakest alibi out there. So, if you throw in with one of the surviving roommates, it's over. That's the end of it. Okay. He'd have never been sitting there if that was the case, truthfully, in my opinion. I want to think that they would have known that. There's no reason to hide that. So I don't know.
I do want to know what that girl heard and saw, though. Like, I got no lie to tell. I don't care about nothing more than hearing Bethany's alleged exculpatory evidence.
I think everybody's sitting that's in here, all 172 of us right now, more than anything in this entire case, want to know, what did those two girls see and hear? Period. Thank you, Licity. I think that is the most wanted to know thing. That's another good point, Firefly. Would you let someone you were dating rot in jail if you had exculpatory evidence of some sort? No. Well,
I mean, if she was
if she was scared, maybe, but if she hated the guy,
or if he was a side piece, he might have just thrown good D, and
that's, you're not that important. But no, they're both good points to look at in that way. I agree with that. It depends on how involved they were, if they were involved. You know what I mean? Will you speak when you are step away? Country. Am I too loud? Tell me if I'm too loud, guys. Yeah, I agree, Salty. That's my thing too. My biggest right there.
Well, I will say to what someone said, Salty, I think I will say the one thing that was super compelling about those quote unquote leaked text messages from Steve G is one of those messages where he said they heard everything to the point where she said, I think they killed them. like if that's true, if that's really true, what Dylan says in her text message, bro, you knew who was in that house and you knew what they were there to do. Period. End of story.
Well,
Because
even if you didn't know who it was, you know what happened. What happened? Explain that. There ain't no way to explain that away. Exactly. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye.
right, because even if it just got quiet, why would your assumption be that they were just offed? Maybe they just fell asleep. You know what I mean?
Right. I agree. I've seen the messages, guys. I can't say they're not real. That's all I'm going to say. I
I'm
have
with
the
you.
messages. I do. And I've known about the messages, just like Jules told you guys. And a few people in here that know me know, like Salty, I've told her about this months ago, like almost a year ago at this point. We've known about this for a long time, and then here they come. And yeah, she ain't right. Exactly. Exactly. She said, "Old girl ain't playing with a full deck." I can agree with that one. So if that's the case, guys, that could turn this case upside down. If that's true, if it wasn't just a fashion conversation, something put out there on purpose that wasn't true. But if it is true, that should flip this upside down, in my opinion. Because if you heard what's going on, you stay, I think they're killing him. You say that comment, you really got to explain at that point why you didn't call 911 now. It ain't about you were sleeping. It ain't about that you were scared. It ain't about none of this. If you thought that and you communicated that to somebody else, why did neither one of you call 911 at that point?
And I do get the whole like mistrust of anyone who mentions Dot and rides hard for Dot, whatever. But here's the thing you got to look at for me in those conversations. Steve, he is not looking at all that stuff going on. The Dot thing, da 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 da. All he's doing is just giving information that he has.
And that was when that conversation was happening. Dot had not been debunked at that point. Okay, it hadn't been. Brat was talking to Dot, thinking she was Dot, that she was somebody through text messages and stuff. Until all that came out, when Dot came into me and CJ were having that live stream. She came in, we talked her through that conversation. Then the next day, we blew it out of the water, and then Jules did her show doing the same thing with us and all that. That's when it all came to be that it was garbage and it was a joke. Riley Lively came out and said, "Here's who she really is," and we put that out too. I mean, that's when that all came to fruition. So before that, way back when, Steve didn't know. Okay,
right.
Neither one of them knew. It was just a text conversation from what was going on, and I am this person. Well, how do you not know? Okay, and at the point in time in that case, that was exciting, and that was like, okay, there's no reason for this person to lie. Well, boom, here we go.
Well, and again, you just have to. That's why when we were going through them that day, Dago, I'm not looking at what this girl says. I don't care what she's talking about. What I'm looking at is Steve and what he is saying.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's the only thing that made any sense to me either. I knew who the other girl was because I was at one point kind of working together with her, and then some things made me a little leery, and I'm good. Took a walk away, and then things progressed from there, and I just stayed out of that. Okay, so. And that's how the whole Bloom stuff came about, Heather, and yeah, all of that, and that's why I was just like, I'm out of this. And I don't think Steve knew all of what was going on within those conversations. Okay, I think he wanted information. Again, his emotions are out in front, like I've said, and he's taking what he gets and he's trying to process it himself to figure out what's real and what's not. That's a hard thing to do, not knowing what's going on at that time. And remember that some of that was coming before law enforcement was giving him more than what they were. You know what I mean? So that plays into it as well. So
I will
Just
say this in that one text, and I got to go back and look at it, but I do find it odd if that whole scenario was legit, right? And mind you, I'm taking it with a grain of salt because
mm-hmm,
I don't trust the girl that put them out.
mm-hmm.
However, if what Steve G said is true, in what Dylan said back, I find the use of the word they extremely compelling. I think they killed them because they almost alludes to more than one person.
Thank you. Yeah, at least, and that is agreeable. That is agreeable. If you're saying that you think Bryan did this, you're gonna say he killed them.
Mm-hmm.
He killed them. Or if you think it's a woman, she killed them, not they killed them. That's more than one person. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I stuck to that. I did. And it makes a lot of sense. And that's why I've always said they, not he. Okay. So it is a good point. It's a really good point. And I agree with you on that one, Salty. It would be better and easier in a lot of ways if he did do that. So David says, for some people have suggested that DM and BF were not the house, but wouldn't it have been easier for them just to say that? I agree. I do.
Well, I mean, the cops are the ones who say they were home.
Mm-hmm. It's in the PCA. They were there when police arrived, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And they have
But I
stated.
tell you what's funny is that old Bertanti, Richard,
Yeah.
whatever, he don't say that. He says BF was present at the home 8 hours later when
When
cops
police arrived.
showed up.
Yeah. Yeah. The wording is very strange in some of these documents, guys. And you got to be careful how you're reading it and how you're taking what you're reading. That's the thing. You know, it's hard to take it only one way when you can take it another way too. That's the problem with some of these. I agree. I think Steve got in way over his head. Many people were feeding him info. I agree with that. Yes, this is why he always talked out loud about it. Think about it. It makes sense. No, it does. I agree with you. Like I said, because I think his emotions were in front of him before anything, and he was trying to get the answers that he wanted that he didn't think he was getting, initially. I get that. I do. Very much. Thank you, Brandy. That's Salty's link, guys. Check it out. Subscribe, please, if you will. She doesn't use it much, but it's still worth it. She does a lot of good stuff. We have to remember Riley Lively lacks veracity, and her intentions and actions are suspect. Riley provided 0 receipts to debunk Dot, but we did find her though, Kim. We went and found her and matched the voice together with the person. And she had done it multiple times before. So I mean, I have to disagree with that. I really do. I'm sorry. I don't mean any disrespect in that, but I personally went and did it myself too. And that's why I did that video debunking it. It's the same person. And it's been proven that she's done it multiple times in multiple other scenarios. So that's my theory and my opinion. And nobody has to agree with that. Neither do you. I'm just saying, I wholeheartedly do not believe that Dot was ever Dot. Okay. I know that there is
man, that girl's not hanging around these college kids. You see her picture.
She's young, not much younger than me. And if she is, then she just life did not treat her well, because she looks like she's in her mid to late 30s. I'm sorry. These kids are 20 years old. Why would they be? No, that's not the same person. It's not. And the voice does not match. Who Dot was supposed to be, I know who Dot is supposed to be. That is not who that is. You have to put the two together. It's not her. And I'm not going to go into that right now, okay? But when we found Dot, and I'm not saying Riley did it, she did it, yes, but we went and looked ourselves and saw that person and listened to her, and she had done it multiple times in different other scenarios. So what's different with this one? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't know. And it's just my opinion. Nobody has to agree with me. And that was the other thing too. If I remembered, wasn't Dot's name is Braden, correct? So I think that, yeah, that was a different
Well,
person together.
to be fair, we did see a picture or like a video of a party where this like old guy was there. So I mean, I don't think you can say for sure that like older people would never be hanging around that house or a party.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I went to Moscow, I'd be all up in the frat house. Hey, how you doing? Like they would party with me, and I'm old, so I mean, I guess I'm just saying that it's possible that there's an old person that they think is cool.
Anything is possible. I mean, if you're, I guess that I can agree with that. Yes. She's definitely not as young as she said she was, Annie. There's no way. Okay, there's no way in hell. Who that person was supposed to be was the same age as Dylan. Okay, actually, I think a year younger. And I know who that person was supposed to be. The voices don't match. I've seen that person and heard that person on videos talking, and it's not the same one. So that's where I had my change of heart when that came to that personally, but not to mention the other stuff. But it doesn't mean that it's not possible. Anything is possible, you guys. I've said that from day one on this. When I said I have my little table out here and everything's laid out on that table and nothing's taken off that table until it's taken off that table, period. But it Dot to me was never and still is not a viable, reliable, incredible resource. I'm sorry. That's just my feelings on it. You don't have to agree with me. That's all I'm saying. Clue.
What
Yeah.
I do?
Your comment about going to Sigma Chi.
Oh, you thought I was joking?
No, I know you're not joking. I just had to laugh at what you said.
I will for real walk through the door, crip walking with a 12 pack in my hand, and be like, "What up, cud?"
Have a talk. Have a seat. Drink a bunch of these and talk to me. Right. I'll be honest with you. There's a few people I'd like to talk to myself. Myself personally. Because of my own curiosities. And it has nothing to do with anything. It's just curiosity. Seriously.
I'm just saying.
Enan Harsh is one of them. I just want to have a conversation with this goofy dude because he's goofy. Curious.
I wouldn't be alone talking to him.
It'd be over the phone. It ain't gonna be in the same room. I'm just telling you. That's no. I ain't gonna have no fire stick shoved up my behind. Sorry.
It's worse than that. Like I swear to God, if I had one person who I think is off their rocker enough to do this, it would be him. I don't know why. It's just he's weird.
I agree. That's why I want to talk to him because he was to insert yourself into a case like this. I want to know what goes through that mind. I want to hear you, bro. I want to hear what you got to say, bro. I'm very curious. And after I read his personal affidavit about himself, little biography thing,
Oh yeah.
I really want to talk to you, bro. I want to have a conversation with you and maybe write a book because that was some interesting stuff. How true it is, I don't know. But I was like, damn, Publicly Buzz did that one night. And they're just going through this, and I'm going, what? Like, what?
I was always suspect of Enon, and then when he told me via text that he uses Google to trick his location,
Yeah, that was interesting to
was
me.
like, oh, okay.
When you told me that, I was like, wait a minute, what? What? Yeah, there's some things about him that he's definitely an interesting situation to look at. So,
and he's like got a history of being violent, like even towards his mom,
right?
Other people. Like,
there was an interview done with one of his teachers that said, I love Enan. He's a very, very, very smart boy, but he's got issues, basically. So And they didn't put it past him to be involved in some senses. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. And yes, Firefly, we could just say we want to see his cat. That would probably do it right there.
Well, and you got to think, like, I personally don't even buy the story that he gave them girls any wine.
I don't either.
I think that's a lie. I think he
Listen.
wanted to be a part of their group and fabricated it.
I wholeheartedly. Who is going to give somebody a half a bottle of cooking wine? And for the second on top of that, who's going to accept it? Nobody I know.
That
unless
stuff
you're
don't
living
taste good.
Unless you're living in a cardboard box on the street somewhere, I can't see nobody accepting that. I'm sorry.
Well,
I was just
here's a thought too, right? And we've talked about this before with him, but
mhm.
let's say the sheath, let's say the DNA on the sheath doesn't hold up. Now he's just as likely a suspect as Bryan Kohberger. If the DNA doesn't hold up, but the car proves out to be right, he's still just as likely of a suspect because he fits the description of the eyewitness and he's in the area, admittedly in the area.
Yeah, I mean, the timeline for him, listening to his story, always mesmerized me, okay? His timeline, I should say. It was very strange to me. And the things that he saw and heard and didn't see and didn't hear, I was very interested in that. And then after I had that conversation, after we had started talking about him that one night, I was like, oh, interesting. And yes, I agree with that, Kara. It was very interesting. And that's true, Salty. There no sheath, no case against Bryan, period. End of story.
Well,
so, yeah.
I think if I were the defense, right, I've said this all along. My thing with Enon, regardless of guilt or innocence or having anything to do with it, if what he said about the fact that the police only questioned him, they stopped by, knocked on the door, asked him a couple of questions, and never contacted him again, they didn't do their job, right? And that's what I would use, I think, as a defense is like, look, you got a guy that fits the description that admittedly comes home, which is, less than 100 feet away around the same time all this goes down. How do you know he's not the guy that did it?
Agreed. He's literally right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Okay. I can definitely agree. Hey, Beth, good to see you. Definitely agree.
Yeah, he could have went over there butt naked.
And you know what? I'll be honest with you. When I heard that story about the Bethany being a naked guy running, guess who came to mind immediately?
Yeah.
That's the first person I thought of. First person I thought of.
Fire stick flopping around. I'm telling you, that's immediately what I thought too. Because
he's the weird one.
Yeah.
I couldn't envision anybody else doing that but him, to be honest. And the man doesn't like to wear clothes. He likes to, in his pictures, he likes to make sure that you can almost see things. I could definitely see that. Okay. And that's the first thing I thought of. I was like, damn, it was him. You know what I mean?
And he's got weird toes.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sorry, I never looked at his toes. You talk about me looking at hands, but damn. I do like hands, but not toes.
I wouldn't have never looked at him except I did this whole presentation on him one night. And everybody was pointing out his toes in the picture. And I'm like, ugh.
He's kind of a tall, skinny guy, though. From what I've noticed, skinny, tall guys have weird, fingers and toes and stuff. So, alien, long.
That is so true. Fiance's, toe next to his big toe is, as long as my pointer finger. So.
Mm-hmm. Telling you, I've seen it. The eyebrows. I mean, yeah, I got you, Firefly. And he got it there.
The other side, she saw this sea mask, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all ever thought that if he had his hair in that kind of beard thing he does, it may have just looked like a mask in the dark?
That's true too. Very possible. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I never thought of that, but that does make sense. And you're right, Amethyst. He did cut his hair right after all this, and then he left for a while and came back. So yeah. And wasn't he at one time driving that kind of a car too?
No, he was driving a Hyundai, but it wasn't a
I mean, it was a Hyundai. That's what I thought, and then he sold it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how true this is. I've looked into this and I couldn't find any proof on it, but there was an article I read, or not an article, it was a statement I read off of I can't remember where it was, but that he had an apartment in Moscow and in Pullman.
Yes.
So is that true?
From what I could tell, I do see an address for both.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure about the timing though.
And then also that his parents live out in that way route that was taken supposedly, and I was okay.
He passed Enon's parents' house on the way back, and
exactly,
Enon's parents' house is a real bitch to find, because it's not an actual address or whatever, but you can find it.
It's out there. And I was that interested me, but the thing that got my attention most with that guy was how he inserted himself into this like that, and then goes and does a video on unrolling his cooking knives and doing all that and doing this and doing. I'm like, are you trying to say something here, bro? Because that's what it looked like to me back then. Okay. And I don't know if it was just for attention, because the guy wanted attention and this was the best way he could think of since he was right there. All I know is that he's always been very suspicious to me in multiple ways. That's all.
But that's the thing I think a lot of people don't realize with Enon. Everyone is on the assumption that he wanted attention, but he is not really someone who craves attention. Like when I would text him, you would think that someone who craves attention would be like immediately texting you back. Like that fool would go days without texting. And to me, that doesn't signal like I want attention.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know what you mean. It makes sense. It makes sense, guys. I let it go with him a long time ago, and then I had a conversation with Clue one night, and I'm like, you got me thinking again. He's never left my mind as being the weird guy, but oh yeah. Right. I know exactly where that's at. So tomorrow's the day, folks. I'm fingers crossed that there's a trial date set, or even a predestined trial date set, maybe, to get on with this. I think that's really the only I mean, I don't know. They said I agree that he's a dingbat in that sense, Salty, but he is intelligent though.
Oh, okay?
Yeah. Like intellectually intelligent, but he's 100%. Common sense wise, he's not there. I agree with that one, but
I think that's a lie too. I think it's an act. I think
that's what his teacher said. That interview,
he pretends to be an idiot.
Yeah, that teacher gave the interview, said that that's what he does, that he puts on an act for whatever reason, that he's very intellectually intelligent and all that stuff, and that she loved him. He was a great student, so on and so forth, that he puts on this act like the dumb guy. I don't know. I'm not there. I don't know the person, but who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's what he wants everybody to believe, that he's too dumb to do this or to be involved. I could put him, I'll be honest with you guys. This is something I put together in my own mind, and this means nothing, guys. Remember, everything we talk about in here is 100% alleged and pure speculation, so don't forget that. But I could definitely put him and Bryan Kohberger together in a form of a relationship without fail, easily, based on their personalities. And if Bryan were to be going to him for certain reasons, that puts together in that way to me too. That would explain the 12 pings. And I mean, come on, it's right there. Okay. If he became a special friend to Bryan, and you know what I mean by that, by going to get things from him, there you go. And that's a very easy way to introduce yourself to the people that live next door by seeing them.
You know what he's talking about. Going to get the dude.
Trying to. I don't believe he would have left evidence behind. A hair. He wouldn't have. Okay, yeah, I get. I do understand that. I don't think he's smart in that way, as far as like CSI stuff. Maybe to not think about all that. I agree with that, but then again, we don't know. We don't know. Hiking buddies. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I've noticed that recently that the pool party thing has become quite a conversation piece again. Oh yeah, Doc Thrifty was all over Enan. I don't know if he still is or
He
not.
still is.
Yeah,
He was pretty hardcore.
Yeah, he spent like a week making nothing but videos about it.
Yeah.
He sent me some stuff a long time ago to my email. It made me think, like, damn, he's been pretty on it too. Quite compelling, I will say that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's another completely different show we need to look into, just because I've never done one, so who knows? But again, tomorrow's the day. We'll see what comes out of it. Like I said, I'll be live for that tomorrow at 3. I may be back in here tonight. I don't know, guys. It's 5:30 now, so we'll see. If it is, it'll be late. I think he lost his mind, probably. The way he got into that would drive you nuts. I can see that much. But like I said, guys, I might be back in here tonight. I don't know for sure yet. It's up to what the boss says. That beautiful little thing walking around behind me back there. But hopefully, fingers crossed, we get a trial date set tomorrow. It'll be interesting. I'll be in here 3 o'clock tomorrow, my time, Eastern. And we'll be going from that way. For those of you that would like to join me for the hearing, I would love to have you. Cletus and Clue, thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate your input, as always.
I won't be joining you tomorrow.
You will or won't?
I won't. I'm doing my own live.
Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan.
Ask why.
Why?
He said why?
It's my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Whose birthday? It's your birthday?
No, her.
Whose birthday is it, Stick Toes?
Hers.
Oh, so what does that have to do with you doing a live?
I don't know. You know she crazy. I don't know why you sitting there all surprised. You know she crazy. I don't know what.
Is it Jeremy's birthday too, or just her birthday?
Is it Jeremy's birthday too, or are y'all separate?
No, it's separate. He came around like 2 months after.
It's separate. He came around 2 months after birth.
See, if you would have come into my live tomorrow, Stick Toes, I'd sing you happy birthday and give you a cake. So you know how that goes.
It's not real cake. It's virtual. You don't want it.
Jesus. I'll send you a cake, okay? Anyway, either way, that's cool though. Sounds like a plan. Thank you, Clue. Cletus, I hope you're feeling better soon, Clue. You sound better than you did this morning. You feel better now?
It's the meatballs.
Are they the meatballs that you've been making with the grape jelly or with the barbecue sauce?
Yeah, use the keto barbecue sauce, the no sugar.
Is it or no, that's spaghetti sauce. Rouse. Okay. That's the spaghetti sauce name I was going to tell you.
Oh, Rao?
RAOS. Yes, that's the best one to use if you're doing keto.
Who? I'm trying to get the name of this barbecue sauce that I use for you. Oh, it's G Hughes.
Oh yeah. We've had that. My wife buys that. It's got a picture of that dude on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we've had that. It's good stuff. It's actually pretty good for being like 0 sugar.
Heck yeah, and I just throw the meatballs into the crock pot and then splatter that sauce all over them and cook them for like 4 hours. Son.
I'll tell you what, guys, if you use that, they have a smoky mesquite one too that's really good. the G Hughes stuff, there's no sugar in it, okay? And I made ribs. I make really good ribs on the grill, and then I put that sauce on it. Damn, I'm telling you, and it's not that expensive. Real quick, Mikey, congratulations, brother. 8 months. It's great to see you in here, and it's great to see you, by the way. And he says, hope you feel better soon, too.
Thank you.
Yeah, try that out, folks. If you're trying to stay off of sugar like we do, that G Hughes, they have multiple different products too. He's got a teriyaki sauce, which is really good, barbecue sauce, and some other different flavors and stuff like that. It's a really good. G Hughes needs a better name. I mean, I think that was the guy's name that did it, Firefly. That's probably why.
It does need a better name.
I get it.
Like Fat No More barbecue sauce or something.
It's hard to believe or find it that way. Member for 7 months. That's awesome, David. Thank you.
Sugar-free sauce.
Yes. It is a given, sir, but I like to say it just to clarify for certain people that don't get it. So, yeah, but if you guys are trying to stay off that stuff, try the G Hughes stuff, and the Rao spaghetti sauce is really good for not having anything in it. Believe me. Just stay away.
And if you eat the sugar-free barbecue sauce, then you can have a Hostess cupcake for dinner.
Sure. If you want to do it that way, whatever works. That's called dirty keto. Stay away from the pasta though, guys. I can't tell you it's good. I just can't.
I want you to send me those egg noodle things.
Oh, yeah. Those are the egg wraps. Those are good. Those are really good. And you got to try to make the lasagna with them. I'm telling you right now, it is the shit. Seriously. Absolutely. 100%. It is very good.
You said an egg wrap?
Yeah, they're called egg wraps. They're like, what's the name? I think I showed them to you guys once, didn't I?
Yeah, but I forgot.
I did too, name-wise, but they're 100% nothing but pure egg, and you lay them out like a noodle for lasagna with the meat, the cheese, and you use the Rao's sauce, and it's supposed to be a 100% keto lasagna, and it is the bomb. I'm telling you right now. Blueberry barbecue sauce.
Oh, I bet that's good.
Damn, that sounds really good.
Sounds nasty as hell.
What, babe?
I'm just saying, I can't get down with that one.
It sounds good.
It sounds good to me too.
Put the egg wrap lasagna recipe include. I'll get it from my sister. My sister's the one that made it. Mama Bear, what's up? And I'll get the recipe and throw it in the Discord over there for you guys because it's damn good. And I was surprised because I don't like a lot of the keto foods. Definitely don't like the keto like pasta noodles. They're gross as hell. So stay away from them because it'll turn you off of keto immediately. That lasagna was the absolute bomb. She used ground beef, those egg wraps for noodles, the Rouse sauce, mozzarella and provolone, and of course ricotta, because you're allowed to have cheese on that stuff. And I'm telling you right now, guys, it was almost better than real lasagna. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We always talk about food at some point in here, Angel. That's how it goes. Swear to God, I need to do a damn cooking channel too.
Actually started a cooking channel. I didn't put nothing on it, but I got it.
My wife, I should do one with her because she's so good. We did have recipes in my Discord too. We just never really looked at them. Oh, you've had it, Deborah? Oh, you're talking about the blueberry sauce. It does sound good.
I don't know why that just turned that. I'm just like, nope. Don't come at me with no blueberry barbecue sauce.
You know they just took your Italian card back. I know. That's what I said. I couldn't help myself. And you know you guys can do instead of those noodles, you can do zucchini, you can do eggplant, all of that. It's still good for you. And I love the eggplant parm, which is basically like lasagna in a sense, if you make it that way.
I'm not 24 hours.
What are you talking about?
Who wants to do a 24-hour fast? What does that mean?
You don't eat for 24 hours. I can't do it that long. I can do it for I did it for 12. That was hard enough.
I
12 was
was about
rough.
to do a 3-hour fast. Talk about 24 hours.
I did a 12-hour fast, and the problem is when you come off that fast, you want to eat everything in front of you. So, and when you're on keto, you're already starving anyway. Well, at least I was. Blue hog. Okay. And like you're always hungry because your metabolism is rolling nonstop.
I've never understood that. Like on the keto, like I never got that hungry because if I wanted something to eat, I'd go grab me some little Viennas, them little
Mhm.
sausages.
But
Like,
did you not notice that you were doing that on a regular as compared to like 3 meals a day and a snacker here and there?
I
Once
mean,
you
I
hit,
only eat one time a day anyway.
that's what I'm like. But
So, not really. It was no different.
if you once you get into ketosis for whatever reason, at least with me, it made me starving. Like I would eat and I was hungry again. And then I would eat and then I was hungry again. And then I would eat and I was hungry again. That's
Yeah,
why they tell you to drink a bunch of water because it supposedly fills you up. It didn't work for me. I wanted food.
that's a
Well,
lie.
I'm in ketosis all the time, man.
I wanted food. I wanted specific foods.
Chocolate.
I was craving sweets like crazy too. And I'll tell you though, my wife came up with some really good stuff that was keto, that was sweet. Like we made a sugar-free pudding. They sell these walnut, I think it is, or pecan pie crust. They're made out of nothing but the nuts. Okay, there's nothing else in them. They're all crushed up, and then you buy that, and then
Yeah.
you take the sugar-free puddings, different flavors, and you put it in there. You know, after you make it, you mix it up, and then you can put the sugar-free whipped cream or whipped topping, whatever, on top of that and freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's done, damn, it's good. It's very good. You can do that with sugar-free Jello too. That was pretty interesting. It was good.
That's something I ate a lot of on that was sugar-free Jello because I just love it. I think it's so
Mm.
good.
I don't think it tastes any different, to be honest with you.
Uh-uh.
I'd often accidentally. It's easy to do, Angel. That's the problem. You can do one little thing and it'll drop you out of ketosis, and you got to start all over again. That's when it became a pain in the ass. Whose birthday is it? Jesse said. Oh, are you talking to Little Blue? Okay. Um, it's crazy though. It gives you energy. Um, Jello with fruit. See, we can't have fruit, love.
Nope.
You can't have any fruit. That pissed me off because I love fruit. That was the banger. I was like, oh shit, I can eat fruit and this, and they were like, no, you can't. I was like, well then, it's off.
Meat, cheese, eggs.
Yeah, all the things you think you shouldn't eat. Yeah, David, you can make egg rolls with those egg wraps too. They're actually pretty good. And you can make egg roll in a bowl where it's not like it's a deconstructed egg roll. That shit was pretty good if you like cabbage and stuff. Um, my favorite thing out of all of that was the cauliflower. I love cauliflower, and with the ranch powder, the cheese, the bacon, that was the bomb. I love it.
I'm trying to understand what Twizzle Stick was saying. It releases stem cells, starts burning belly fat right away. What is she talking about? The keto diet?
I don't
Oh,
know.
a 24-hour fat. Oh, but that's so much. That's a whole day.
Are you allowed to have like water or anything else with it for 24 hours? Is it a complete total fat? I mean, you got to have something to drink or you'll dehydrate, but how does it go, Twizzle? I'd try it. I don't really eat that much, so that's the problem. You're right, David. We all like food.
Y'all, I would
Hey,
have to have an
Will.
ambulance.
What'd you say?
I'd have to have an ambulance.
You probably fall out. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, cream cheese, you can eat that a lot too. Cream cheese, whipped cream between two boxes. Yeah, my wife made that stuff before. And I used to eat
Water.
it.
You can have water, coffee. Oh, you could do that, Dago.
Water, coffee, what?
And tea.
But you can't put anything in them.
Oh, you can't have like sweet tea?
No.
Oh.
What the? It's sugar. What do you mean?
My bad.
You knew that.
I thought maybe if it was just liquid, it didn't matter what the liquid was. I didn't see vodka on the list, so I said maybe it's not all liquid, but whatever.
Not great for diabetes, though. I mean, it depends. Yeah, it depends on which side you are. That's true. Which cabbage recipe? I make. Well, my wife makes them, but I know how to make them. The cabbage rolls and cabbage and noodles. But that ain't. You're not. That's not keto. I'm telling you right now. That's what I'm saying, Firefly. I used to drink black coffee. I'll tell you what I did do that was weird, and it helped. It put you in ketosis fast. Is adding a quarter teaspoon of butter to every cup of coffee I drink. It sounds gross, and it is a little weird. It feels gross, but it worked. It worked, and I got used to it after a while. I'm about to start doing that again.
Ugh.
It helps. I'm telling you, because it's a fat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll tell you
And
what I used to do. It was the grossest thing in the world, but I did it. I used to take like just a regular plastic spoon
mm-hmm,
and put a spoonful of coconut oil, the
mm-hmm.
solid coconut oil in a cup, and then I'd microwave it.
It's the
And I
same
would
thing.
drink it.
Yep, it's the same thing. It works the same way. It's good for you.
Oh yeah, and in 30 minutes you're gonna be in the bathroom.
Oh yeah, it goes through you quick. It does. Especially if you do it every day. Oh yeah. Butter in your coffee. Seriously, my wife, the first day we started, my wife brought me a cup of coffee that morning because she was making one for herself. And she's like, here you go. And I went to take a drink and it looked like there was shit floating on it. I was like, is this fresh coffee? She said, yeah, why? I said, why does it look like there's grease floating on here? She's like, oh, today's the day. And I went, what are you talking about? Today's the day I get greasy coffee? She goes, no, dumbass. She goes, we're starting the keto thing. And I was like, well, what does that have to do with my coffee? And then she explained it. And I was like, she goes, just drink it. You're not even going to notice it. And I really didn't, other than my lips being all greasy, you know. That coating on your teeth, though, with the melted coconut wax. Yeah, I don't like that either. Just finished your buttered popcorn. I ate some popcorn. I ate peanut butter out of the jar.
Yeah.
When I would crave something sweet, I would get a tablespoon of peanut butter out of the jar. That's what I wanted. Because it's protein. Yeah. Place saltines in a deep dish pan, brown sugar. You're talking about crack? Is that crack, Deborah? My aunt makes that stuff with crackers, and I'm like, what kind of a sweet thing are you going to get out of saltine crackers? She made it. It was good. And she calls it crack. And I'm like, damn, okay. A balanced diet. See, I can't do that anymore, Firefly, because it made me unbalanced. It did. I'm serious. I was way unbalanced. A little heavier on the bottom.
Oh, I can eat anything with Nutella on it. I'd probably dip fish in Nutella and eat it.
Ew, Mom.
No. I don't even like Nutella that much, and let alone with fish. Ugh.
Oh, my favorite is to get strawberries and dip it in the Nutella. Oh, in summertime, that's like
My daughter does that too. My wife makes those actually. She has like a baking service on the side, and people order that kind of stuff too. They want chocolate covered, white chocolate covered, Nutella covered, and something else she does covered strawberries. She makes those a lot.
Jacob,
Yes.
how many kids do you have?
7.
Put it down.
oh.
I did that a long time ago.
How old's the youngest?
The youngest, 17. 8. Well, yeah, 17.
How old's the oldest?
31.
God, how old are you?
Stop hollering in my ear, man.
49.
Jesus Christ, ancient.
Oh.
Ancient.
You got to keep in mind you're talking to a kid who says back in the 1900s, okay?
I know. My kid thinks I'm old too. It's okay. It's okay, Stick Toes. I still love you. Don't worry about it.
That burns me up too when she says, back in the 1900s. It just rolls off the tongue so easy. I'm like, oh my God.
Like it was so long ago, right?
Right?
Remember, well, that brings you back to Prince putting out a song. We're gonna party like it's 1999. Like that was nothing when that happened, you know?
Yep.
Crazy. Yes, I have 7 children, ages starting from 17. Well, I have a 17-year-old. I have 3 27-year-olds. I have shit. 29-year-old, a 30-year-old, and a 31-year-old.
Mm.
That's all of them. That's right, in a red Corvette, Tina. And I have a set of twins, just so you guys don't get confused on the numbers. And we did the yours, mine, and ours thing. So I had 3 kids, and then she had 3 kids. We got together, we had a child, and that's where we get 7 from. I didn't make all 7 of those kids. Don't get me wrong. I ain't that good.
Oh
And
my God.
she had the twins, and then I had a child the same age.
Babe, you're taking me to Germany.
Okay.
They have Nutella in a glass jar.
You can just order it online, Clue.
Shh.
Oh, so you can go to Germany. I got you.
Heck yeah.
I want to go to Germany because some of their food I'd love to try. Or maybe it's not Germany. I've always wanted to try real made. Is it called blood sausage or something like that? I've always wanted to try that. I think it's Germany or Ireland.
You guys are so funny in this chat. Y'all will not believe this. Look, I just typed it in there, and I'm not joking.
What? 5 pounds at a time?
Yeah, it comes in a big gallon.
5 pounds.
Yeah.
Good God, that's a lot of that. How long does that last you?
Oh, for the year.
Okay, I was gonna say I hope so. Good Jesus, that's a lot of Nutella. Now, see if I could find because I love Jif peanut butter, the creamy kind. That was that a week.
A week.
I just want to try it, Felicity. I know it sounds gross, but I want to try it.
What do you want to try? Blood sausage?
Yes.
What is that?
It's something. It's either German, Irish, or English, or something over that way. I'm not sure. And it's some kind of a sausage. I want to try it. I didn't know it came in 5 pound jars either. I like them big jars of Jif peanut butter. I think they're like 3 pounds.
I just want to go to Germany. I think it would be really cool. And to go to a fair over there because they don't have all the safety regulations and stuff.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
of the rides are insane.
No, Felicity, I don't. I just was curious as to what it is and what it would taste like. I've heard it's probably something nasty, but I'll try just about anything. If you guys ask me, I've probably eaten most anything. I'm one of those people that was raised to try everything, especially different types of meat. I've tried everything.
Oh, Cindy, I hope you're lying.
They are fried pig intestine stuffed with rice.
Oh.
I mean, isn't that what sausage skins are anyway? Is intestines? Most of them?
I don't know.
I thought it was back in the day at least. Nope, straight truth. Yes, David, this coming week I'll be doing a lot more Delphi. I was saying that in the beginning of the show. I'll be covering a lot more of it. Yeah, pork rinds actually on the keto diet. That's your best snack right there. My sister
yeah. I make pancakes with those.
my sister bought a big old 5-gallon thing of pork rinds, and you can sprinkle the ranch powder on those. It's really good. We eat a lot of those when we're doing the keto thing because it's really the only thing you can have snack wise. Did you just say you made pancakes out of them?
Yeah.
Explain that, please.
You just crunch them up like real fine, so it makes like a little like crumb, and then you add your stuff, and then you make a pancake.
And you put syrup on it?
It's got to be like carb syrup, but yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but still, like, how does it taste?
I mean, it passed for a pancake, so
Have you ever made the almond flour pancakes?
no.
They're interesting.
Really? Like good or bad?
In between.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like people get way too creative with recipes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like for me, if I'm on this diet and I'm like dedicated to sticking to it, all I need is some good cloud bread, some ham, some cheese, and some mayonnaise. Like I'll eat a sandwich every
Mm-hmm.
time I get hungry. You know what I mean? I don't need the like extravagant dinner
Yeah,
and
same here. Same here. I like sandwiches, actually. I love sandwiches. I guess you're right, Wilby. I'm looking at haggis I've heard about too. Scotch, Scottish black pudding is the best.
is that
That's
the stuff
interesting.
Dinky was talking about, that black pudding one
I'm
night?
look, I'm looking that up right now. I'm curious about that. We got a lot of you guys over the pond over there. It should be sending us some of this stuff to try it out. Wait a minute. What is this? Kara, what are you talking about? This don't look right. It looks like little sausages. Okay, here we go. This is what she's talking about. Here you guys go. I know that we're done with the show for today, so we're just checking out a couple of things here. All right, this is black pudding, how it's made in northern England.
Nasty. This component of a full English breakfast can be one or the other, but hardly in between. Black pudding, made from the finest blood.
So this is our traditional black pudding ring. It's filled into animal intestines. The mix itself is like almost a brownish chocolatey mix.
But it takes a bit more to make it right. The very first question should be, why do the Brits even eat a pudding made of blood? In fact, black pudding isn't a real pudding, but a kind of blood sausage, and it's been eaten for centuries.
I've lived a long life eating black pudding, so I know what it's all about, and it's really, really tasty. And the breakfast isn't a breakfast without a black pudding.
There's some onions in there. There's some oats, maybe of some nature. It's got quite a distinctive taste to it.
Black pudding is known and consumed all across Britain and Ireland, but especially in northern England, it's a tradition. And the town of Bury, just north of Manchester, is a black pudding nerve centre.
People come from all over. They come for coach trips, and they come in here with the bags, and they've got the...
I'm sorry, guys. Who said that? Rachel says okay, yeah, I think we should probably see that real quick. 1 second. Where's it at?
Oh, Lord.
Damn it.
That was it? Wasn't it live?
That's Grizzly that has that up on her channel. Damn it. Where's it at? Hold on. What channel is it on? Does anybody know what channel it's on? Anybody at all?
I don't. No.
Is it the same news channel? Hold on. I'll get it, guys. Give me a second here.
I like frog legs.
Yeah, I do too. They're actually pretty good.
And some mud bugs, crawfish.
Crawfish. Here we go. I found it. Hold on, guys. Sorry. I hope this is not bad news. Can you hear it?
In jail on charges of child neglect. Everyone has been working tirelessly to find 3-year-old Elijah. Member of this community and his family. We have brought in some of the best people in the country over the past week to find him. We want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, specifically our local law enforcement, Division of Criminal Investigations, FBI, local volunteer fire departments, private search and rescue, community search groups, local businesses for food donations, and Wisconsin sheriffs for providing a multitude of resources to our search for Elijah. Tonight you have a couple speakers before you. First up will be Chief Ben Meinert of the Two Rivers Police Department to provide an update on search efforts over the past week. We'll also have two members of Elijah's family who will also speak here tonight. Some things I want to let you folks know as well. When the family comes up here to speak, they're going to be stepping off to the side once they are completed. We respectfully request that you do not film them after they are done speaking. The chief will have about 5 minutes for questions after everyone is done speaking. He will not speak about the current situation involving Katrina Bauer and Jesse View. Most of that is already in the media, and they're currently in custody in the Manitowoc County Jail. When asking questions, we ask that you stand and state your name and which news organization you are with.
I have it turned up as loud as I can get it, guys.
Thank you all for being here this evening. My name is Ben Meinert, BenMeinnert. I'm the chief of the Two Rivers Police Department. Child missing for any amount of time is everyone's worst nightmare. That's why we're here today. Elijah, a 3-year-old boy, has been missing now for a week today. For the past week, we've utilized hundreds of resources, worked around the clock in our attempts to bring Elijah home. Right now, I'd like to bring everybody just up to speed with our search for Elijah and how that went. Elijah was reported a week ago today, like I said, around 11 a.m. in the 3900 block of Mishicot Road here in Two Rivers. Everyone searched for Elijah on that day, and I mean everyone. Our police department first responders responded out. It's not necessarily an unusual incident to have a missing child. Usually we find them right away. Nearly immediately we realized that we needed more resources. Every officer, including myself, was out searching that day for Elijah. When we needed more help, we reached out to the fire department and our Department of Public Works. Soon after that, we got some information stating that Elijah may have gone missing at 8 a.m. When we received that information, my assistant chief, Melissa Wiesner, she's a former lead investigator and she's worked many child cases. I entrusted her and I knew she had the wherewithal to reach out immediately to places like A Child is Missing, our National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. She put out numerous alerts, including missing and endangered alerts, Ring neighborhood alerts, and local emergency alerts. That included an Amber Alert. I know there's been some question about an Amber Alert on that day and why. This child was 3 years old and was reported missing on a cold winter temperature day with only a blanket
and possibly light clothing. And we knew at that time, possibly 3 to 4 hours. I define that as endangered. I immediately reached out with the assistance of my staff to the Division of Criminal Investigation. This is not about me. This has always been about bringing Elijah home, and quickly. They led that investigation into his whereabouts with the support of our FBI. We also utilized almost any boat, UTV, drone, canine, and even National Guard helicopters to search for Elijah. Unfortunately, Elijah wasn't found. Following that day, we had a press conference. I know people were frustrated with that. I too was frustrated with that. We had a lot of misinformation going around on Facebook, through social media, and just in general. We felt it necessary that we had to lay out factual information of the case and bring everybody up to date to that point. We also established a tip line and got that out to the public at that time. That has been beneficial and crucial to this investigation and search. Since the conference, I have personally provided media releases daily, if not multiple times during the day, to bring our public up to date and remain transparent. Those leads, those investigations, everything we've taken as tips have led to searching our neighborhoods, searching all our waterways, aerial and foot canvases, both urban and rural, throughout Manitowoc County and even beyond. We've searched Wisconsin landfills and quarries, and we've even had additional leads in Wisconsin Dells. In addition to all those search efforts, I am aware of other investigations taking place. I can confirm Elijah's mother, Katrina Bauer, is in jail on charges of child neglect and obstructing. Katrina's boyfriend, Jesse Vang, is in jail on charges of child neglect. And I do know that Elijah's father has also been incarcerated at Oshkosh Correctional Institute in unrelated matters since 2023. I also understand that the public would like more information on those first two individuals I mentioned. However, I'm unable to discuss those matters because it is an ongoing investigation and I don't want to jeopardize those cases. I want to thank the various local, state, federal agencies, as well as all our fire and EMS and even those private resources that have helped along the way. Thank you to everyone in the community. They've provided food and drinks towards all these efforts. And thanks to all those private search efforts. On Saturday, we announced a Crime Stoppers Award of $1,000 for information leading to the location of Elijah, and have since provided other ways that people can donate here in the community or abroad. Currently, we have those established as coming to our customer service here at City Hall, our police department, and I'm also working on establishing an online route for people to do so. When that becomes available, I will reach out to everybody and let you know. Today, the FBI has now provided an additional reward up to $15,000 for information leading to the location and return of Elijah Vu, and or the arrest and conviction of any individual or individuals responsible or involved with his disappearance. We have posters here that state just that. In addition to all those search efforts, Elijah Vu's family has been coordinating their own search efforts throughout Manitowoc County. They're here today and they'd like to provide a statement. I'd like to bring those members of Elijah's family out to make those statements for you.
Can they hear me talking? I can see me talking. I think Jago's internet maybe crashed. Yeah, I can hear me. He might be back. I'm screaming? He didn't end the stream, so I don't know what. All of a sudden, the video just stopped playing when those ladies were walking up there. Might be his internet. Oh, yeah, sorry. I had to do that too. I couldn't listen on the phone. It was too quiet. I think they know that baby is gone. I'm just saying. Oh, there he is.
My internet dropped for a minute. Sorry, there's storms going on here.
I thought you fell asleep, dude.
No, it's the internet. Sorry.
Lastly, we want to express our deepest gratitude to law enforcement, government agency, and all involved in the search operation. The support of the community, the dedication to volunteers, the generosity of businesses, and the kindness showing through food and monetary donations. And so much
He
more.
froze again.
We thank you to every one of you for your
There we go.
search for Elijah. Please keep Elijah in your thoughts and prayers. And if you have any information, please come forward. We believe that with the help of the community, we can bring Elijah back.
I don't see it
Facing
listed. It's
recommended
not.
charges of being party to child neglect. Over the past several days.
Come on, load.
Listen,
She said to go to Fox 11, and it's not. Just hear me.
yeah, you're like in and out.
The storm coming through here right now, so I'm hoping I can get through this.
Yeah, probably not. You sound like a robot.
What in the fresh hell is happening? She said.
Oh, it's just me again. I want to hear that robot bit again. Oh, well.
Just hear me.
He did sound like R2D2. Yeah, probably not. You sound like a robot. Sorry, I'm amusing myself. He does need to move down south. I don't know what to sing. Oh, thank God.
The tip line is 844-267-66 4A. And as a reminder again, as Chief reiterated, there's a $1,000 reward out from our local Crime Stoppers for information leading to the discovery of Elijah. And now the FBI has stepped up their ballgame, which we have posters set up by them, $15,000 reward for anyone that has information leading to his recovery and or arrest and prosecution of anyone responsible for his disappearance. Again, thank you all for helping share our message out today.
Okay, well, that's better than what I thought we were getting. But they're still not, they haven't found him. I thought we were getting bad news, I'll be honest with you guys. Can you hear me? They haven't found him.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I had to watch the video on the TV because it's too quiet on the phone.
Okay. Is it better now than it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good.
I found this one, which was it was louder, but it was at the end of it. So there, I'll let you guys see the rest of this that you missed.
So right now, I would like to thank you for everybody to help my family to search for my grandson whole week to today. So everybody know that we are really good. So, and I want to thank you for the officer or all the fire department people, all the people living in two cities here, help us to search for our grandson, our baby for 1 week right now. So, yeah, I really thank you for everybody. So for right now, so
This
I
is
want
horrible.
everybody to continue to help us to look for my grandson. I want my grandson to be home with my family. So I want everybody to continue, don't stop, just searching for my baby Elijah. We want him to be safe and with my family, and we love my grandson. Thank you for it.
I'd like to thank the Boo family for being here. I have time for some questions. As the sheriff announced earlier, I won't be able to talk about the investigation of the case, but I will answer whatever questions I can.
Chief Emily Tessick from Fox 11. When was the last time someone other than Jesse Bang saw Elijah? What was the last time he was seen by someone other than someone who's arrested in the case?
Right, we've gotten that question a lot. I appreciate that question. What I will say is the reason that we've been seeking out to the public to request all the information that we are is because we are following up on every lead, tip, etc. And that is one of those things. You know, we want to know every time, anytime that Elijah was seen during this past week. So we will continue to follow up on all leads, any leads, and that's what's leading us into the locations that we've been.
What was the most recent, I guess, before he disappeared?
I can't comment directly on the investigation, but I can tell you that we are following up on all those and we continue to ask for those.
Chief Rita Jones, Fox 6. Have you all
Hang on,
received?
just a second. Rita, go
Rita
ahead
Jones,
first.
Fox 6, Milwaukee. Have you all received any information that indicates that Elijah is still alive, whether that be any surveillance or ring camera?
I'm not going to speculate on anything at this point, but what I will say is all our efforts are for bringing home Elijah safe. I believe that all our efforts thus far have done just that. We've reached out to hundreds and hundreds of resources over this week's time span, and they're all dedicated to bringing him home, and we'll continue to follow up on any leads to do so.
Chief Kendall Keys, WISN 12. Do police believe Elijah left that residence on his own?
Again, I can't speculate. I will say that again, when we're talking about the Amber Alert that we put out, people wanted me to speculate on an abduction versus endangered. At this point, what I do know is a child was missing in cold temperatures, winter temperatures, in relatively little clothing and possibly a blanket. That's what we're searching for, and we'll continue to search for until I get some answers.
know you asked for surveillance video. Has there been any video that shows him on his own walking, anything like that?
I can't comment directly on that. What I will say is if that is in fact the case, I know that we have DCI agents, FBI agents, and local police doing just that because we're following up on all tips, any tips that relate to Elijah Blue and his return.
Chief Perry, Postal Lagos, NBC 26, you mentioned that there are search efforts in other parts of the state. Can you speak to what those have included? You mentioned here we've been searching landfills and waterways. You said that there have been searches going on in Wisconsin Dells. What have those looked like?
Well, I think what I can tell you is that you've seen and you guys have been brought.
Investigation in general.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The misinformation on Facebook, how does that hinder an investigation? This one specifically and just in general.
That in particular doesn't necessarily hinder the investigation. What it does is it hinders all the efforts within the community. Because again, our primary efforts here are to bring Elijah home safe. And if the public's getting misinformation, that's going to lead them awry. I want them to know the facts. Our department takes pride in remaining transparent here in Two Rivers. And that's why I'm putting out all these news releases. That's why I'm having a news conference with you today, is because I want the public to know the facts, just the facts, and be up to date with those facts so they can continue their own searches. We're appreciative of those. I'm also appreciative of all the resources that we're focusing on throughout Manitowoc and beyond.
Chief, can you talk about the toll this has taken on?
I'm sorry, can we take another question over here? I'd like to spread this around.
Samantha Cavalli, WBAY News. Have you been able to find any items that Elijah was last wearing? We have video of people collecting evidence, potentially might be that dinosaur shoe that was missing.
Right, I can't comment on exactly what has been taken or would not be taken. I don't know the investigation issues there as far as how that plays out. What I do know is that we're continuing to search for any of those items that you're talking about. So basically, you guys have all seen the photo of Elijah. We've mentioned that he may have had dinosaur print shoes, a red plaid blanket, and in the clothing description. We are still looking for anybody that has tips on any of that stuff because we will follow up on it and we will try to figure out if it is related to Elijah Blue.
Where do you go from here? Is there still?
I'm sorry, can we go here? Last question.
Yeah, Chief Minor, Felix Oak from Local 5 News. A week after he's gone missing, how confident are you that Elijah is still alive?
Again, I'm not going to speculate. What I'm going to do is continue to search for Elijah Vu. We are doing everything in our efforts, believing that he is still out there. We will find him and we will bring him home. That's what we're searching for. And really, anybody in the community, anybody beyond, this is not related to just Two Rivers. This is abroad. So even outside of the Two Rivers community, I ask everybody in the state and beyond, really just start looking at your property. That's what you can do as a person, not right here physically. If you're looking for something to do, first check your property, then get involved in some of these other search efforts. That would help us a great deal. And again, reach out to that tip line, come back to us and provide us with any tips and we will follow up on them.
Do investigators have a reason to believe at
I'm
this
sorry.
point that there's anyone else involved in this disappearance?
I was just going to read. I'm sorry. That was the last question. I will just close everyone for being here today. You've heard pleas from the family now. We echo those same pleas. Since our number one, our priority has always been, I keep repeating it, to bring Elijah home. I'm asking everyone to continue in their searches, continue to contact our tip line, report anything at all that you feel may help us bring Elijah home. Everyone has been affected by this deal, this incident a great deal. This is a close-knit Two Rivers community. We're all devastated. We want answers. You want answers. I know efforts of our city staff, our citizens, and those beyond our city limits are going to continue to work together and we'll bring Elijah home. Thank you.
Will a representative from the FBI be able to answer any questions at all?
Just want to remind everyone, tip line
state tip line. We've received hundreds and hundreds of tips that DCI agents are following up on, FBI agents are following up on, and local law enforcement. That tip line is 844-267-6648. And as a reminder again, as the chief reiterated, there's a $1,000 reward out from our local Crime Stoppers for information leading to the discovery of Elijah. And now the FBI has stepped up their ballgame, which we have posters set up by them, $15,000 reward for anyone that has information leading to his recovery and or arrest and prosecution of anyone responsible for his disappearance. Again, thank you all for helping share our message out today.
You just heard from the Manitowoc County Sheriff there. A bit emotional there, talking about Elijah Vu and the press conference that just took place. So let me get you up to speed if you are just joining us. We just heard from the Manitowoc Sheriff, and then we also heard from the Two Rivers Police Department. They are still searching for Elijah Vu. That is the main message that we got here out of this press conference. They would not dive into the investigation to protect the investigation, but let me just walk you through what we learned here today, just to get us all up to speed. So we know that Elijah Vu has been missing since last week, a week ago today. He was reported missing in the 3900 block of Miscellaneous Road. He was reported missing by his mother's boyfriend, Jesse Vang. As soon as police got the call, they got the call at 10:59 in the morning, and they instantly started looking for Elijah. Let me pull up that new poster here of Elijah right there. And there is another one. All right, I'm going to come back out so I can talk to you. So they are still looking for Elijah Vu. He was reported missing a week ago. They would not get much into the investigation, but they said that they are following up on hundreds of leads, of tips that they've received from the community, from family members, etc. They would not get much into the investigation, but the Two Rivers police chief did say as soon as they got that call at 10:59 a.m. a week ago today, they instantly started looking for Elijah. What they knew at that time, according to the chief, is it was a 3-year-old little boy missing from an apartment during the winter, cold temperatures. He possibly had a blanket. So at that point, it was all hands on deck. Eventually, they knew they needed more resources. They reached out to state officials. The DCI eventually issued an Amber Alert around 3 p.m. a Tuesday a week ago. An Amber Alert came down and it was all hands on deck. FBI agents responded, state agents responded, of course, local authorities as well. And we also know that area police departments have responded with their dive teams, with their search teams, with their canines. The chief talked about how they utilized hundreds of resources, and we've seen it when we've been out there kind of following the investigation. We've seen the boats out on the water, the UTVs, the helicopters above, the canine dogs trying to find a scent for Elijah. The chief talked a little bit about, this is the first time we've heard from them since last Wednesday. They've been giving updates on Facebook to us about the search efforts. He says they're trying to be as transparent as possible. He says he knows people are frustrated. He knows a lot of people have a lot of questions, including the media. You heard there, they tried to ask some questions at the end there and didn't really get a lot of answers because it is an ongoing investigation. He says there's a lot of misinformation out there. He's asking people to not get tied into it, dragged into it. He says the facts are going to come from the Two Rivers Police Department. We know they are maintaining lead on this. The FBI is just providing resources. And he talks a little bit about the search efforts. Like I said, they've searched that general area. They've even expanded their search efforts. We know that today they were in the southern half of Brown County searching. We know that they've hit up a landfill over in Outagamie County, to kind of keep you up to speed here a little bit. And today I did actively go through that criminal complaint to really figure out a timeline in the events leading up to when Elijah was reported missing last Tuesday. So let me walk you through that timeline a little bit. I apologize, I don't really have visuals. You'll just have to follow along with me as I look at them. So Elijah was reportedly going with his mom. So this happened back in November of 2023, around Thanksgiving. Elijah's mother, Katrina Bauer, had talked to her boyfriend, Jesse Vang, about Elijah's supposed bad behavior. That was back in November, and he told her, according to their criminal complaint, that she needed to do more, try harder to correct his behavior. And so fast forward to February 12th, about 2 weeks ago, Katrina met up with Jesse in Fond du Lac and handed Elijah over to him for disciplinary reasons. We now know what those disciplinary tactics that were used. They are both agreed upon by Katrina and Jesse. Those tactics included making Elijah stand for 1 to 3 hours without sitting down in a timeout. He was not allowed to sit. If he did sit, Jesse told investigators that he would threaten Elijah with cold water. He was also told to pray during that time when he was in timeout or say an apology to his mother. We also know that at one point, Jesse was upset that Elijah had soiled his diaper to the brim and put him in a cold shower to clean him off. He told investigators that Elijah was clean, but he was afraid. A little bit more of that timeline. So during the week, so Jesse had Vang on February 12th in Two Rivers. Elijah's mother was still in the Wisconsin Dells. But through phone records, they realized that Katrina Bauer wasn't being completely truthful with authorities about her whereabouts during that week when Elijah was with Vang. On 2 occasions, they looked at data from her cell phone to ping her in Two Rivers. And eventually she told them, yes, she was in Two Rivers on February 14th for some time before heading back to Wisconsin Dells. And then she was also in Two Rivers on Friday night. She got there late. She told authorities that she saw Elijah on the couch, that he was tired, and then she left early Saturday morning on February 17th to go back to the Dells. Then on Monday, February 19th, a day before he was reported missing, Vang told authorities that Elijah was still in timeout that night, that he changed his diaper around 8 or 9 p.m. Vang says he started to watch a movie. Elijah did not watch it because he was still in timeout. He was standing. That was his punishment, that he was getting pretty tired from it, he told authorities, but it wasn't like his legs were shaking. Fast forward to the next morning, so Tuesday, February 20th. Vang says that he got up around 7:30 in the morning. He woke up his other son, who was at the apartment, got him ready for school, got him on the bus. While he was bringing his son outside to the bus, he says Elijah was still sleeping on the couch in the living room. When he came back from putting his son on the bus, he says Elijah was still sleeping, and he closed the apartment door behind him. He said he locked the doorknob, he did the deadbolt, and he also did the chain to make sure that Elijah would not be able to leave the apartment. He says then that he woke Elijah up, they had breakfast, and then they went into Vang's room. Vang says that Elijah was in punishment, so he was told to stand at the foot of the bed and pray. And Vang says he fell asleep, and when he woke up around 11 a.m., Elijah was gone. So at 10:59 is when Vang says he called authorities to report Elijah missing. So that was around 11 a.m. By 3 p.m., DCI agents were already involved, the FBI, because an Amber Alert was issued. So that is the timeline of events that we learned from the criminal complaint on Friday. Now getting back into the investigation and the update today from the Two Rivers police chief. He says that they are continuing to follow up on leads. No lead is too small. No stone will go unturned. Looking for him. We also heard from Elijah's family. They have been putting on searches and getting out the messages, and they are so grateful for so many searches that we witnessed ourselves covering it. They said that they did this update with heavy hearts, as you can imagine. They said that the pain is just indescribable. They can't express the depths of sorrow, and you could see that anguish on their face, that desperation to find Elijah. They said they are pleading with everybody to please, if you know anything, to contact the police department, that tip line, because they say you might be the key to finding Elijah. They did have a message for Elijah as well, that if he can hear them, they want him to know that he's deeply loved, and they will not stop until they find him and bring him back home where he belongs. Elijah's grandma also talked. She thanked authorities for their tireless efforts. They also thanked the community for their donations, the food donations from restaurants, people showing up just to help search for Elijah. So the family also putting a repeated call out there to find Elijah. Going back to the investigation a little bit, we do know that the authorities are not talking much about the investigation. They did confirm that, again, that Elijah's mother, Katrina Bauer, is in custody, along with her boyfriend, Jesse Vang. He is in custody. Jesse Vang is the one that reported Elijah missing last Tuesday. They said that they did confirm, again, that we talked to a family member yesterday and confirmed it, but they did say that the biological father of Elijah is currently in an Oshkosh prison, and he's been there since 2023. From our online court record searches, it looks like he will remain behind bars until 2040. The chief kind of ended with, he knows people want more information. He knows that there's still a lot of questions, but he just can't give that out right now because he doesn't want to jeopardize the investigation. So once again, they're asking for any tips. Let me pull that tip line up for you so that you can see it here. So that tip line number is 844-267-6648. You can give that a call if you have any information. Again, nothing is too small. They want to know everything. They are also asking people to check their properties, check their cameras. They want to know every time that Elijah was seen during that week when he was in Two Rivers with Vang. We do know that the FBI is also upping the possibility of a reward. So last week, Two Rivers Police Department said that there was a $1,000 reward available to anyone who helped provide information that led to the location of Elijah or to suspects that would be involved in his disappearance. Well, the FBI just announced that they are upping that $1,000 reward to $15,000. So $15,000 you are eligible for if you have any information that leads to the location of Elijah, the return of him, or the arrest of those individuals that may be involved in his disappearance. Again, I just want to go over some of the questions that the media did ask the chief at the end. They did not take questions at their first press conference with us last Wednesday. So we thought, they would have a little bit more information to provide, and they did. But some of the questions that people wanted clarity on is, who was the last one to see Elijah alive? The chief would not get into that. He just said that we're asking everybody to keep their eyes open, give them any lead. They weren't going to get into that. Then another reporter asked if he is still alive. Was there any ring or doorbell video or any video that shows him alive after the time he was reported missing? Again, the chief said he didn't want to speculate. Their main focus is to bring Elijah home. They have hundreds of resources out looking for him, and they will continue to do so tirelessly. Another question that was there that was posed by the media, they wanted to know if there was any information that they could provide about any suspects involved or anything of that nature. And again, They would not comment on the investigation to protect the investigation at hand because there is an ongoing one. Another reporter asked about some of the evidence that was collected. You know, we've seen video of a potential shoe that was collected. He wouldn't get into saying yes or no if it was Elijah's or not. So that remains.
Okay, we know all this stuff, and I don't want to go through this again. This is rough as it is. This one bothers me again, just like Quentin Simon, just like Audrey Cunningham, just like Summer Wells. I'm just over this with these kids. These people need to leave these kids the hell alone. I agree with you, Licity. It's very possible it was before, okay? And I wish that his son, because he's a little older, could speak better, but he's autistic. He could probably give up everything. There's still a chance they may speak to him. Who knows? Or at least try to. This is horrific. I thought we were going to get bad news from this. And in a way, I was hoping to get some kind of ending to it. But at the same time, I'm still fingers crossed hoping with that something weird happened, or that maybe they tried to hand him off to somebody in a trafficking scenario. Maybe. I don't know, but anything would be better than hearing that he's deceased, because it's just I'm so over that, you guys. But anyway, I was trying to end this. Sorry, everybody, but that I thought was kind of important to be able to watch that. So thank you for hanging out with me, most of you. And guys, thank you for being here today and supporting what we talked about today. In general, I appreciate you guys very much. Like I said, I might come in here later on, like later, and just do a late night hangout thing in here, just because this Jesse Vu thing is on my mind and it's bugging me, and I got to do something to keep it from bugging me. So I might come in here just to hang out and do whatever tonight, guys. Later on, it'll be a late night. Like I said, for those of you that are night owls and you like to hang out late, we can hang out. What's up, Carolyn? I'm here. You got my attention. What's up? Ghosts for a bit. Okay, I'll check it out. Trying to cancel your membership. Okay. Okay. That's no problem. Do you need help with it or something? I see night is drawing in Ohio. It's midnight here. Time to see. It's 6:51 here on the old account. Okay. Pause. What do you mean, Carolyn? I don't know anything about that. Mama Bear, are you still in here? Yeah, I don't think we have any control over that. Here, Mama Bear, come up here for a second if you don't mind. If you can. If not, don't worry about it. But I was just gonna have you jump up for a quick second. I think that's what it says on your card payment. I have no control over that stuff, hon. I don't. It might be because of your email. Because I've gone in to look at other people's scenarios before. It's all YouTube. You probably have to contact YouTube over that. Yikes. Okay, rogue mods. Dago, I am muted. Many of us ignored in chat. I can see you, Annie. You're okay. It's Google Pay. Yeah, you'd have to get a hold of Google, Carolyn. I think that's right, Bear.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, she said something. It's Google Pay, so she'd have to get a hold of Google.
Probably.
It's tried
Yeah.
15 times to get a payment. Yeah, you'd have to go through Google through YouTube and cancel that card. It's tried 15 times to get a payment. And Annie's saying something about Carolyn, yikes. Okay, Rogue Mods, Dago, I am muted. Many of us, and we are ignored in chat.
What?
What are you talking about, Annie? You don't worry about the membership, Carolyn. I'll take care of you as far as that goes, but I just don't want you to have problems with your card. It won't let me take the card up at all because it says subscribed. Well, you can unsubscribe if you need to do that, if that helps. Muted on 2 other channels. Oh, you're not muted in here then, right? I can't get the card off. I did unsubscribe.
Now you'd have to call YouTube on that because
Yeah, we don't have any control over any of that stuff.
Mm-mm.
That way nobody can do anything to your stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Annie, you've never been muted or blocked or anything in here. I've always adored having you in here. You never had any problems with you in here, so there's no reason for that. And all the rogue mods are gone that were in here.
Yeah. I mean, people have accidentally been blocked or whatever.
Has your
Or
account
muted,
on
but-
paused? I can't do that though, Carolyn. I can't pause anything. I can go in and look. Hold on. And see if it shows anything, but I don't think it will. What do I need to go under? Settings?
Probably.
Permissions, channel, general. Hi, Missy. No, I understand, Carolyn. I understand. I think it's gonna be Google though. Let me see here.
Account on pause.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
I mean, if she was on pause, if she was paused, she wouldn't be able to be in here, right?
I'm looking in everything else. She's not blocked. She's not Carol. No. If you go under members, does it show any of that stuff, Mama Bear?
Nope.
I didn't think so. Yeah, it all goes through YouTube, Carolyn. What's the name of the other account, Carolyn? I don't remember.
The same, but with an R on the end.
I thought that one had a. Oh. I never even noticed that didn't have an R on it. I sent you an email Sunday.
Alright, community.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Annie. That's not going to happen here. Don't worry. I'm going to go look at that real quick, Carolyn.
Right.
Just a second.
Hidden users.
What name is it under, Carolyn? Because I don't see anything from you. Hold on. Oh, there it is. I found it. payment is paused by you. I'm not buying monthly subscription. Occasionally I buy a month. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. I don't have any control over that stuff though. And you can do to cancel. I can't do it. Can we cancel a subscription? Can we boot somebody out as a member? Force them
As
out on the end?
member?
Because I think she has to go under. I've had to cancel my subscriptions from other places. Hold on, Carolyn. I'll see if I can work something out. I know you don't want that to happen. I get it. I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
Where
Hold
was
on,
I?
let me get through this list first and see.
When I went in to cancel my subscriptions that I canceled, I just told you about this the other day. Did I tell you what I was doing or where I was at when I did it? Because I don't remember. I think it's under subscriptions. Okay, listen, Carolyn, go under subscriptions. Okay. On the left-hand side on your YouTube, there should be a panel, like a whole thing on the left, and it's got a bunch of different home, shorts, subscriptions, YouTube music, your channel, history, blah, 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 all that. Go into subscriptions. And then to the right, it'll say manage in like blue. Yeah, click on that. Thank you, Cindy. Manage subscriptions, and then scroll down through there. Oh shit, there's more I got on. And if you see me, it'll click there'll be to the right. It's got unsubscribe, personalized, none, all, or whatever. You should be able to unsubscribe from me. What the hell did I just do? Hold on.
Oh boy.
I'm under a bunch of subscriptions I didn't know I had. That's not good. How does that even happen? Missy's always good. Never had any problems with Missy, so. Let me know if that's helping with you, Carolyn, if you see me. Okay, that one I need to be unsubscribed from. 48 hours I don't need to be subscribed to. Why the hell am I subscribed to half of these?
Let's see. So Carolyn's not a member. Okay. So it'd be
Do you have a computer, Carolyn? Yeah, you're not listed as a member, Carolyn. I didn't think so. Holy cow, I got a lot of subscriptions. A whole lot of subscriptions.
well, as long as there's subscriptions and not memberships,
Yeah,
that'd
no,
be okay. Subscriptions are free.
I had to catch myself because I was thinking for a minute that those were all members, and I was like, "What the hell? I'm not."
Like, no wonder I'm broke. What a derp. Yeah. Caroline, you're not a member because you're not green, honey.
You know what, Mama Bear? Go look under Carolyn Aus Miller, AUS Miller. See if she's still listed as a member. That was her original. That was her original name in the beginning. Hey, Tommy. Have a good night.
Right.
Yeah, it was
The one
Carolyn.
without the R, just Carolyn Miller.
Mm-hmm.
I show was a member less than a month.
Right. What about the AUS Miller? That was, I remember her original, absolute original account.
That's the only Carolyn.
Sorry, Liz. So that's not in there then?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, she uses the one without the R now. It could be, Carolyn, that your bank has a lock on your card because it was trying to charge it. Mine has done that before. Thank you, Miss Doodle. Goodness. Supposed to be ending live. And still didn't. Miss Teresa was gifted a membership from Doodle. That's awesome. Thank you, Doodle Doodle. Love you, love you. Appreciate it very much. It was awesome. Night, Tommy.
Oh, you're fine, Caroline. You don't need to apologize, hon.
Yeah, you're not. It's not an inconvenience at all. I don't want you
No.
guys to go through anything like that. Like I said, if I have or we have any control over it, of course we want to help you.
Right, but
Thank
yeah,
you, Missy.
they don't give us that much power.
No, they definitely don't, especially when it comes to their money. Thank you very
Right?
much, Missy. I appreciate that so very much. Oh, don't be embarrassed. Things happen. Who got that one? Missy Moo just gifted one too, and it looks like it's not telling me who got it. Oh, okay. Now Carolyn's a member. Missy just gifted her a membership, so you are a member now, Carolyn. Now you're a member. Will that help it? So if you're a member now, maybe because you weren't a member, you weren't able to deactivate it, Carolyn. Try doing it now and see what happens. I try. I really do try. The thing is, guys, is I'm not falsely stating that I care about you guys when I state it. It's a fact. My little neighbor here can tell you the truth on that. She knows. I promise you I do. Regardless of what other people try to say about me.
Did you say it was storming over there already?
Yeah, yeah, that's why my internet was just doing bonkers things.
It hasn't hit here yet.
We're under tornado watch right now because it was 68 today.
Yeah, same here.
We haven't hit a warning, but we're under a watch, so
I don't think I've got
I don't know why. That was weird, Annie, because I didn't see it go to Carolyn. It just did. That was weird. See, you see where Missy says gifted one membership, and then down underneath it, it should say who it went to. It says nothing on either one of my chats.
I was gonna say I don't. Let's see.
I'm glad to hear that, Annie. I appreciate that you guys do know that I do care. That means the whole world to me.
Yep, on mine either. It doesn't show it.
That's strange.
Yeah.
YouTube has had a bunch of like glitches over the past month. So I don't know if it's what it is, Carolyn, but like I said, go under and try to cancel it since you're a member now and you're active. That might do it. And it would be great. That way I could know and I could relax. I don't like seeing you guys go through crazy things when it's connected to me. Because I don't want that to happen to y'all. How was your day today, by the way? It's nice to see you.
Not too bad. Not completely dead, but busy enough to make the day go by.
Good. Good, good, good. Unless Carolyn needs to remove YouTube app and reinstall, sometimes it glitches. Yeah, it does.
Oh,
Because
that could.
I don't know how many people. Then it went cuckoo. You bought a gifted membership for others, and then it went cuckoo. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe you need to remove the YouTube app and reinstall, because it does glitch a lot. It really does. It's definitely not foolproof. As long as it's not charging you, that's all I care about. I don't want you to be charged. Yeah, go ahead and do that and reinstall it and make sure your card's pulled off of that. And for the future, if you do decide to do that, any of you, to buy memberships or anything like that, please take your card off of it immediately. Okay, don't leave it on there. No, it's trying to, but it's off. Okay, good. And you're still a member, so there you go. You're still a meatball. Lots of meatballs in here. Between David and me and a few other people, like, we're full. Pretty full. There's very few people in here that are dark.
Yikes. Hope that didn't go this way.
Absolutely very few people that are in here right now that are not members. That's awesome. By the way, everybody, since we're talking about stuff like that, heads up. Jesus, I was going to come out and come back in later. I still will, but for anybody that would care, I'm working on merchandise, trying to get a whole thing set up, and it's going to be a pay-as-you-go type thing. You buy as you want. I'm not going to have it all on hand because that would make no sense, because you never know. Nobody could want anything, and I'll have all this stuff here and go, here you go, and everybody says, nope, we don't want nothing to do with that. So I'm trying to set up with a company, the same place that Cluminati uses, and they do really good stuff with hers. So that's going to be set up relatively soon, hopefully, and I'll give some options, and we'll see how it goes. And if it goes well and people want anything, then I will add more to it: coffee mugs, sweatshirts, whatever you want. Okay. If anybody's interested, I'm just giving you guys a heads up that it's going to be something I'm working on.
Go to YouTube home screen, click your profile icon, go to purchases, find the membership.
That's it right there. That's exactly how I did it the other day. Thank you, Virginia. That you want to cancel, click manage membership, click deactivate, then end your membership. It's a 2-part process. That's right. There you go. That way it can't be attached unless you approve it that way. That's a good idea. And let us know that it works. Thank God. No, I'm trying to end it, Kels, but we had some issues. But anyway, like I said, for those of you that didn't hear me, I'm working on setting up merchandise to have put out t-shirts or whatever. And it will be available only to purchase as is. Okay, so if you want something, I'm going to have a link set up to where you'll be able to click on the link. It'll take you to that. If you want a shirt that has our logo on it, I may even get one that has my ugly ass face on it. We'll see. It depends on what they offer. And definitely something with meatballs eventually, and the channel name and all that. So just let me know. Yeah, I'd probably be in here later tonight for all you, like I said, all you night owls. Can you still hear me talking?
Yes.
I haven't seen anybody respond to anything I've said, so I don't know if they can hear me or not.
Yeah, there.
Yes. Oh, okay. There we go. Like I said, I may be in here late tonight. It depends on what the boss lady says. Well, not Mama Bear, the other boss lady. My wife. If so, it'll be a late night one, and we'll just be in here hanging out or whatever. So,
unless the storms get bad enough and
yeah,
it just wipes out his internet.
And if you don't see me, that's what happened, because they're I'm rumbling in the background now. It sounds like there's tanks driving past my house. So, if so, it'll be great to hang out with you guys. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we'll be here. So, I hope you guys have a great night. Again, thank you for tuning in and hanging out and doing this with me. I appreciate you all very much. Don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other. Yes, tomorrow's the hearing. I will be here for sure. Yes, my head is blazing, Deborah. I will be here for sure tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to cover the hearing in Idaho with Bryan Kohberger.
Oh, I might be home by then.
Cool. And that will be tomorrow's scenario. Take care, Legendary. Good to see you, buddy. Bye-bye, doodle. Don't change the thing about yourselves because you guys are out of beautiful people. I'm glad that worked out, Carolyn. I love you guys to death, Mama Bear. Thanks for jumping up here with me. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
As always, if when I don't talk to you, please enjoy your sleep tonight.
Yep, I will.
What font did you use for your name on that block? That's pretty neat.
Don't remember. I'll find it and let you know.
How did you change it, first of all? Because I can't do that.
I know.
It's a secret.
Because I'm special.
Show headlines. Yes, you are. You know things that I don't know. All right. Anyway, moving on. All right, guys. Love you guys so much. I'll either see you later or I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, folks. See you soon. And bye-bye.
Bye, guys.